All right, welcome to BMX Race Hub. It's the finale of the season this weekend, the British Championships here at Cyclopark. We're looking forward to literally 2 days of racing. Different format this weekend for the British Championships. Those that have tuned in for some of the Nationals this year, we get 2 days of racing of the Nationals, but it's like two events. This is one event over 2 days. So today we've got all the regions running their own practice in the morning, and then we have racing from roughly midday. And we've got cruisers and 12 and under on track today racing, and then tomorrow we've got 13 plus and the championship classes as well. So roughly half and half split over the 2 days. We've got well over 1,000 riders here this weekend, and the weather's lovely, the sun's out, and we've got no wind as well, which at Cyclopark is a minor miracle. The windsock behind the camera, you can't see it. You'll see it from the long shot from corner 2, but it's hardly moving, which is lovely, really unusual. Anyway, we've covered the format for today, we talked about the weather, and let's go and have a look at the track guide.
Okay, riders.
Welcome to BMX Race Hub. This is your Cyclopark track guide. Cyclopark, great track, really challenging, pretty steep start hill. The first jump is quite a sorter. The corners are really important, the lines in, lines out, and the third straight's pretty busy. What we're going to do next is look at some of those features. So we're at the first jump, we've got some smaller riders coming over here. You'll see that you need to attack it. It does send them up in the air a little bit, but that's really kind of where they're at that level. As they get bigger, you move into the manual, or a few might jump it, but it's a really good jump, but you do need to attack it. Next feature, first corner, you can see the line coming in here. It's kind of uphill. They've had a bit of a headwind down the first straight. It's a notoriously windy place. You can see there's a lot of lines around here, and of course you've got to get the exit right for the next straight. The other really important thing about this corner is that pedaling in. There's a good 3-4 cranks into the apex. Okay, so we're at the second corner, and what's really important into this corner is getting the pedals into the apex. You've got quite late apex. Let's see what happens here. Yeah, some good pedaling in there. Good looking through that corner. You've got some lines mixing up there. You can see that exit, the berm just drags you out slightly wider, which puts you on the right racing line for the third straight, which is our next feature. So getting your exit from the corner, and then various lines through here. Really good pump through, generate a lot of speed through here. I guess for some riders it's going to be a case of playing it safe. For others, they can really get some benefit from it. Some riders might be picking up the first one. Actually a headwind today, so it's pretty challenging. Got a few faster riders here coming through. Give it some, here we go. There we go, there's a pickup and then into manuals. Getting that racing line for the last corner. So those are the key features on the track. Let's see what it looks like on board.
Cyclopark hot lap. First jump steep. Second jump, a lot of variation. Third jump, a couple of pedals in, a couple of pedals out the corner. Big manual, up manual. A couple pedals in. Couple pedals out the corner, a lot of variation. Last corner, horrible. Step up, step down, triple, pedal through the line.
All right, welcome back. Here with Rich Eames, the voice of BMX. Obviously you're fresh back from adventures overseas as well with what you were doing this summer, but yeah, Rich, the next 2 days focus back on the national series, well, the national domestic series, I suppose, with the British Championships. So what have we got to look out for?
Well, it's the Brits, isn't it? You know what I mean? It's the biggest race of the year here in the UK. You know, everybody kind of getting stuck in what is basically the FA Cup of BMX. You know, we've had the We've had the Premiership season now, you know, the Nationals are done. It's one weekend, you're fighting for a 0-1 plate, the only plate that counts. There's no 0-2 to 0-8. There's just a 0-1. It's knockout racing, you know, it's going to be mega. Can't wait.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think the 0-1 is the one to have. You know, slightly biased view on that, but it's all or nothing on the day, isn't it? And you know, in that regard, it's similar to some of the European and world racing we've been watching, where there's a lot on the line.
Yeah, it's the ability to handle pressure in the moments, which I think is what this race proves that people have got. You know, you're banging the laps out, you're going all the way to the end of the day, and you're walking away with a decent trophy and a British Championship title. So there's plenty to go at, but you're doing it in a pressure cooker situation.
Yeah, for sure. So I was explaining in intro that we've got cruisers and 12 and under today, and then tomorrow is 13 plus on track. So we've got one event over 2 days. It's a bit different to the National Series, and hence it's all on the line today. So maybe there's some younger age groups. I think we were talking about the 17-29 cruisers as well. It's likely to go off today.
Yeah, can you imagine how that's going to be in the final with Alex Brooks and company battling into this first turn, chasing that 0-1 plate, and then you go to the younger age groups and you've got the likes of Henry Dodd from Mid-Lancs, you know, Ronnie Wood from Birmingham, you know, and the girls' classes as well, Eliza Powell, riders like Preston Newmarsh Powell. There's so many talented riders who could be taking away a 0-1 title today at Cyclopark.
Yeah, looking forward to it. This track's really challenging as well. Third straight is pretty challenging. First corner, as you say, we've got the split line, pro straight and regular challenge side. So yeah, a lot to get our heads around. We're going to catch up live inside line today and tomorrow with Rich. So look out for that before the finals, after the semi-finals. All right, so thank you very much, Rich. We will, I think, cut shortly to Rider's Oath, and there's some other stuff going on. So stay tuned, have a quick cup of coffee or put the kettle on or whatever, and we'll see you in shortly for the next bit of action before we get on track.
Get I'm getting out of the way.
I printed it big so I don't need to wear my glasses.
Oh, watch out.
Right. I'm just waiting for the nod when we're actually going to do this. Anyway, good morning, lovely, beautiful people of BMX. Hope you're all right. Hope you've all recovered from your trips to Latvia and Copenhagen.
Abby, go down there.
Team Scotland already planning their riot over there.
Come round a bit.
We love Team Scotland. I can see all the main men. Raymondo Reed, the McRockies over there. Good morning, Team Scotland. Hope you are all well.
I'm just going to screw it.
One guy gave me a fist pump. Well done. Which one of you's listening? I played Desperate Crumb. It's alright, I can get away with that with Des, he doesn't mind. No, it's fine. How many Brits have you done here?
I'm not very sure. I missed a few through injury.
Alright, rough guess. 30, 40? 35?
At least 35, yeah.
Okay.
Probably, yeah, between 35 and 40, I'd say. Yeah, we got, yeah, maybe.
That's fine. How many titles have you got, Brits titles?
27.
27?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. I might have to take the piss out of you for that a little bit.
All a bit of fun.
Yeah. Got 27 British titles. He needs to stop sandbagging in 6 and up there. I do, from someone.
Here's Philip.
Phil. But there's no riders up there. And there's no officials on track, so I'm assuming like... Yeah. Right, we've got riders that need X's on their plates. Riders that need X's on their plates. Roxy Attry, Letty McFarlane, Anya Mattern Alonso, Molly Nice, and Amy Willets. I'll read those names out again. Roxy Attry, Letty McFarlane, Anya Mattern Alonso, Molly Nice, and Amy Willets. Those riders need X's on their number plates. Please, I'll read it out again in a minute. We are going to be going with the riders off very shortly. We're just waiting for the nod. Someone somewhere will tell us at some point that we are good to go. Because Mrs. Hill's waiting to do the Facebook post. Jared's waiting to put it on Instagram. You can see generational gap in social media, can't you? Yeah, and Alan Hill's putting it on MySpace, yeah. MySpace. You know what, the bloke who sold MySpace made £500 million for it, disappeared and nobody's seen him since. Lives on an island somewhere apparently. Tell you what, while I'm here, let's give a shout out to our traders down in the trade village. If you want to put your hiking boots on and take that walk down to the trade village. want to support everybody, you can get your British Championships t-shirts from Dave at B73. Right, we'll come back to the traders in a minute. Anyway, so let's do something a little bit more traditional. We've got the Riders Oath, which this year is being read out by a man who has done, we've just tried to work it out, he's done at least 35 Brits. He said he's missed a couple through being injured. So between you, Matt Barnard, Nicky Spears and Rich Townsend, there's about 160 Brits appearances between the four of you. So that's absolutely amazing. He's also got 27 British Championship titles, so the Riders' Oath will be read out by none other than Alan Hill.
Ready? Yeah. I pledge on behalf of all riders at this 2025 BMX British Championships that we will take part in the meeting with honour and integrity and in the spirit of good sportsmanship. We will uphold the principle of involvement, truth and honesty, and will endeavour to conduct ourselves in the manner befitting such an occasion, with respect for the rules, the officials and all participants. We will dedicate ourselves to ensuring that this meeting will be remembered as one of fun, enjoyment and comradeship within the family of BMX and stand as an example to others who will follow in the future. Good luck and have fun.
Cheers, Hilly. Let's hear it for Alan Hill, ladies and gentlemen. Our Riders Oath. He's waving like the king. We might even be king of the hill by the end of the weekend, Hilly, we don't know.
Let me out of here.
So, yeah, Riders Oath is done. We're going to go racing at midday. So approximately 5 minutes till we go racing. So get yourselves all set up. As I was saying, oh, first bit of lost property. That looks like a Cruiser Riders elbow pad. 100%. Well, it was a first aid. So somebody who's already had a roll round on the floor, so it must be a Cruiser Riders. So we have a 100% elbow pad. It's been handed in a commentary. If you've lost it, come and see us, you can have it back. All aboard. So as we were saying, the traders, we've got DC Cycles, we've got Pure Bicycles, we have got Sorted Race Gear, we've got B73, we've got a Green Machine down there, we've got Waco, we've got... That yours, mate? Yeah. So we've got all the traders, Enfuse, yeah, and I know Rob's got a sale on gels and everything. So your energy products, if you go and see Rob at Enfuse, Sports Nutrition, all these businesses directly supporting BMX racing in the UK. So every time you put a penny or a pound in, it keeps the BMX economy rolling. So please go down and see our traders in the Trade Village. We are going to bang on about it all weekend long, myself, Lewis and Neil. So expect plenty of shout-outs for our traders. We're going to get a list, I think. We're going to have to write it out because we don't... Oh, Crucial as well. Yeah, we missed Crucial. Sorry, Crucial. See, we need a list. Let's get a pen and go and write a list down because we need it.
I've got a pen. You got a pen, buddy?
Motos have been drawn, ladies and gents. Get yourself onto scores. Motos have been drawn. We are looking to go racing very, very shortly, so get yourself over to scores, get your motos, and make sure if you are in the first 20 races also, you are heading over to the pens ASAP, please. Thank you very much. Just a reminder about the pre-staging for today's racing. So all 6 and under categories and all female 20-inch categories 12 and under are going to be pre-staging in the basketball courts. So that is both 6 and under categories, and all of the 20-inch female classes 12 and under are pre-staging in the basketball courts. Thank you.
Alright, ready to go, people. We'll have to sit down in a minute, Lewis, and enjoy the sunshine. Enjoy the sunshine. In my best Oasis voice. Right, here we go. Moto 1 underway. 9. It's the 12-year-old Cruisers Open. Leo Bradley, Bram Heaver, Arlo Steinmetz, Jack Swales. Wonder if me and Matt are dressed the same again today. We'll soon find out. Leo Rowlands and Ronnie Warwick all in this one. That looks like Leo Rowlands out in front. Doing it for the North. We've also got Ronnie Warwick in there. King Ron. Doing it for the North and the Hard Knocks Bike Coaching Massive. Bram Heaver out of the South. Arlo Steinmetz. Brightly coloured as usual out of the Southwest. And Jack Swales also out of East Anglia. Moving on, Moto 2. Jacob Squires, Arthur Mason, Albie Goldsworthy, that's a great name that is, out of the Southwest. Holly Bishop of East Anglia. Max Livingston also out of East Anglia, and Charlie Cotton out of the North. And it is the 2.4 of Charlie Cotton leading it into the turn. So he's going to take this Moto win. Carrying on with the 9 to 12-year-old Cruisers. Tom Barnard out of East Anglia. Lebras from North, lad. He's in there in 4th spot. Olivia Webb, Mason Jones, Taylor Hall and Oisin King. Full mixture here of East Anglia, the South, the North and Wales. So good mix up. And it is the 2.5 leading it into the corner. Oisin King. Lebras in there in 4. The 8.2. Oh, riders going down in the turn. That's Colby. And the 2.3 of Tom Barnard, who've had a roll round on the deck. Let's hope they're okay. Looks like Colby's got a mechanical, so he's going to have his bike looked at. More 9 to 12-year-old Cruisers, Frankie McKenna in this one. For the North, Oscar Ridley out of Southwest, Killian Hanna, Kieran Brownson, Harry Swales, Freddie Walsh and Alfie Jones. Alfie out of Wales. Or did he go under the Southwest? I don't know. Because we've got clubs on and not regions on the sheets. But never mind, we'll just... we'll work it out as we go along. Changing age groups, 13-14s. Catchmore, Millington, Scrivener, Arnold, Ford and Matten, Alonso, Dean and Cotty Cottrell. It is little big Cotty out there in front at the moment. Benjamin Dean doing it for the South on the 4.3. Here comes Robin Matten, Alonso. 3.3. That's going to be Adam Arnold in there in that 3rd spot. He's on all the posters advertising the events. As we move on, Freddie Richardson leads out Moto 6. Alfie Ford, Hadley Harding, Hunter Mallion, Lucas Storman, Jake McKenna and Zach Childs. Jake's in there in 4. Chasing down the rider in 3, that'll be Hunter Mallion. The 3.2, that belongs to Lucas Storman. It looks like Freddie Richardson is going to take it to the line. Race 7. Bodie Markley, Owen Miller, Zavi Fox Cooper, Braden Duffy, Blake Allison, Newton Hindley and Benedict Marco. All in this one. Zavi's in there in about 6 at the moment. It's the 2.5 and the 5.3. That's going to be Newton Hindley and Blake Allison going 1 and 2. Southwest in there in that 3rd spot. Got a feeling that was Owen Miller. Race 8. Arnold Wood, Anthony Knowles, Penny, Hannah, Logan Young, and Ready Freddy Shreddy Warwork. I've seen Freddie practicing his manuals. There's an in-joke there between me and the Hard Knocks bike coaching massive. Freddie was hard at it, practicing his manuals all yesterday afternoon. Don't know how he does it, walking around hand in hand with a young lady, but there you go. It's another story for another day. Moving on, race 9. Riddleson, Palmer, Brown, Wolford, Milburn, Syme and Davidson. That is Sean Brown out in front doing it for the Midlands. Congratulations on your GCSE, Sean. Getting himself into the college course that he wanted. Fair play. In fact, congratulations to everybody who's had their GCSE results. I know you've probably all worked really hard and it's been really stressful, but pressure's off now. You get to chill for the weekend. Just enjoy yourself. And don't forget, GCSEs are not the be-all and end-all. It's about your work ethic and your effort that you put in. So, yeah, don't stress if your GCSEs weren't what you wanted. You've all got a time to pull it back. There's my public service announcement. As we move on, is that John O'Harradine out there on the 1.3? Did we get confirmation? Is he still doing it for the single ladies or is he not? We need to know. I hope he's not brought that young lady with him to the race, if that's the case. Otherwise, he's in all kinds of trouble, isn't he? So, race 12, we've already started, causing aggravation. 11 motos in. Erin Jackson, Trinity Cam, Lottie McFarlane, who needed an X on her number plate. Alicia Lynn Scott, Emily Dean, Isla Young, Jamie Elwood, and Roxy Attree, who also needed an X on her number plate. Hope you've got him. Race 12, heading down towards the line. No idea who's out in front. I've got a feeling it's Trinity Cam. As we move to race 13 at least.
17 to 29 female cruisers on track into turn number 2 and back out they go. Looks like we've got Hannah Hedges out there, Gosport BMX Club in the mix. It is the North Region out front, the 7.4. That is Hannah Drew. Bringing it down the final straight, Anya Mata and Alonso in there in that 2 spot, being chased down by Izzy Hurry repping the Midlands crew in 3. Lily Chiswa on track, your European number 2, doing it for the Midlands of Maybo UK, leading it into turn number 2. That looks like it could be the Scottish massive on track. Ailey Watson in that 2 spot, chasing down Chiswa through the 3rd straight. The world number 7 in there in 3. That is Annalise Cadman-Carpenter doing it for the East Anglians in and out of that final turn. Under pressure though from the 3.5. Looks like Isla Radcliffe going to round out the top 4 spots as they bring it across the stripe. 29-year-old male cruisers out on track. Looks like we've got East Anglia going 1 and 3 at the moment. That looks like Charlie Roy leading it out with his East Anglian crew in there in 3. That's Owen Putland. Splitting up the party. Looks like Theo Pope doing it for the South. That's going to be a front 3 as they bring it down the final straight. Pope putting pressure on Roy as they bring it across the line. But it's going to be Roy hanging on to that moto win. Race 16 on track. Who's leading them out? Got to be the North out front. That is Luke Davies-Hayes, CGR, heading into that 2nd turn. Who's in there in 3? Repping the Midlands crew. Looks like Rocky O'Brien. He's chasing down the South Rider. Bringing it through that 3rd straight at the moment. That's a 4.4 of Tyler Chadwick in and out of the final turn. The 4.5, is Jack Wiggins, just being shuffled back to that 3 spot as O'Brien comes through for the 2. Race 17 on track. Where's Tom Duran? He's in there inside the top 3, chasing down 2 riders in front of him that out of the South and the North. So your race leader, Rab Racing's very own Alex Brooks. Newly crowned European number 2, put in a shift in Latvia a few weeks ago. He's being chased down though by Conor Blythe. Just a quick adjustment on the exit of turn number 3 for Brooks. Under pressure now from Blythe as they bring it down to the line. Brooks, Blythe, Duran.
This isn't great on the audio feed.
Next up, race number 18. Seaman, Tudor, Moss, Esselmon, Millar, McHugh, Curtis and Lebras. It is Arne Esselmon. He's put the flat pedals away for this weekend. I'm sure he'll have flats back on though Sunday night when it comes to the long jump contest. Courtesy of Huey's crew. No, picking up the race win in race at number 18. More 1729 cruiser guys on track. Josh Cates leads it into turn number 2. Elliot, Jackson, Longley, Hill, Jocelyn and Henderson. 5 riders out of the South in on track at the moment. The 10.5 leading them out. Johnny Jackson, he's in that 2 spot at the moment. being chased down by a crew of South riders, but your race leader and race winner, Josh Cates, out of East Anglia. 30 plus women's cruiser out on track, then Suzanne Jenkins, Rebecca Gold, Suzanne Rawlins, Annie Chisholm, Michelle Stupple, Grace Turner, Leah Pearson and Sarah J. Nichols. Where is SJN? She's in there in that 2 spot at the moment, chasing down your race leader. The world number 5 and the world number 3, that's your 1 and 2 at the moment. The South looking good. The 2.2 of Rebecca Gold out of the Southwest in there inside the top 3. Who's running out the top 4 spots? Looks like that could be Leah Pearson on the 3.3, doing it for East Anglia. More 30 plus women's action coming your way in and out of turn number 1. That looks like Anita Wong leading them through DC Cycles and the South, heading towards that second turn. East Anglia got a few riders on track heading into that second corner. Looks like Claire Mardo on the 2.3 is out there in that 2 spot at the moment. The 1.3 in there as well. That is Ruth Ford in there in that 2 spot, being chased down by the 5.5 of Fran Clements, doing it for the South. But your race leader, Anita Wong, going to pick up the race win in race number 21. 39-year-old cruisers, Scott, Laurie, Alexands, Brown, Lungley, Nesbitt, Popel and Jones. The Southwest leading this one out. Last year's British champ, got to be Dan Popel, leading the way aboard a 01 bike. Looks like we've got Martin Smiley Brown in there, repping the Midlands crew. He's going 3 and 4 with the 7.1 of Dale Scott out of Dirt BMX and the Midlands. So the Midlands looking good at the moment with Albert's Alexands inside the top 2. Got all sorts of sketchy down the first straight, not quite sure who it was that just about managed to stay upright. It was a Midlands rider picking it up as they come on round. Looks like that could be... I think that might have been Nathan Abbott. But your race leader, the 1.3, John Lillingston, the 2.2 in there behind him. Looks like the 1.1. That is Mitchell Smith out of Telford. Got all sorts of sideways down the first straight, but managed to stick it upright and pick himself up a 3 spot on the line. 40 to 44-year-old cruisers, Andy Kennedy, Michael Parks, Lewis Allison, Gavin Stone, Rob Harries, Carl Fancini and Mike Whitaker. It is the East Anglians going 1 and 2 at the moment. The 2.3 and the 6.3 heading towards the final turn. That is Rob Harries and Lewis Allison. That was a North jersey that just says YouTube on the back. Is that Mike Whitaker by any chance? Yeah. He was having all sorts of selfies taken with him at the last race, if I remember correctly. He's taken a 3rd spot in at race number 24.
Yeah, we're going to keep going with this just to see if we can sort the levels out. We are aware of an audio issue on the live feed that we're trying to deal with as we speak. I can see Chris Evans in there in that 2nd spot. We had Mario Berno in there, Lee Grant, Tom Odlin, Marek Garbaczyk, Jeffrey Rojas and Andy Groves. Chris Coleman, he's in Moto 26, got Matt Walsh, Lewis Darley, Nick Lewis, James Moores, Ian Smythe and Dylan Dixon. Might be Dylan out there in front at the moment on the 1.3. Yes, it is. 2.5, it's not Eric Roop, it's Ian Smythe wearing his sunglasses under his full face. If you get that reference, you've been BMXing for a long time. Race 27, Ross Kennedy, Zoltan Bude, Dave Stokes in this one. Doing it for Evolve Bicycle Motocross. Kev Merrion, Antonella Brass, Tim Johnston, Big Nige Smith. Where's Big Nige? In there in that 6th spot. Adam Bude as well. Nige only comes alive when the quarters are on. So, yeah. Race 28, Simon Toogood, Glenn Friend, Fraser Watson, James Renton, Matt Franklin, Norbert Marco, Lee Matthews. We are trying to sort out the audio issue on the live feeds. If it don't sound great right now, we are trying to get it sorted out. The 1.1 is Simon Toogood out of Derby, just battling in that corner. Glenn Friend out of the South as well. Mark Franklin from North East BMX just going through inside the top 5. Race 29, Jonathan Brownlee, Stuart McQuirk, Jamie Rose, Abdullah Kindi, Matt Barnard, Luke Brown and Albert France Brotherton. What a great name that is. But Matt Barnard apparently racing his 31st Brits. There's Matt, Nicky Spears and Rich Townsend who've all done 30 plus Brits. This is my 30th, believe it or not. So, yeah. There you go, 45 to 49 cruiser. We continue with the 50 to 54s. Stuart Little in this one for the North region. He's in there in 3, chasing down the 1.3 of Paul Barnard. Timmy Turnbar's in there in 4th. Duncan Coburn, Ian Archibald and Alan Baker as well. As we move on to race 31, you can tell the cruiser riders are getting older. They're breaking in the corners. Dominic Elliott, Jan Dezierzek, Gary Carver, Kevin Mooney, Matt Phillips. Good to see Matt on track on his ET-inspired Standard Bikes cruiser. In there in 2. Tim Drew and Paul Adams, but it is Gary Carver. Heading in there in 1. Matt in 2. Tim Drew in 3. Stephen Hassel out in front in Moto 32. We've got Christus Chalkos, Patrick Graham, Brett Archibald, Kevin Bacon, a.k.a. Darren O'Brien. Darren Clark's in there for the Milton Keynes Massive. Come on, Clarkey. Joe Bunyan as well. But it's Scotland versus the South to the line. Very close to the stripe, Kevin Bacon in 3. Race 33, John Stevenson, Ian Robbins, Jamie McFarlane, Stu Campbell, Peter Stanley, Matthew Perks, and the reader of the Rider's Oath, Mr. Alan Hill. 27 British Championships he's got. His mobile phone number is literally 0101010100101. Don't try ringing that, whatever you do. Anyway, he's just won another moto. Race 34, Musgrove, Barber, Goff, Charlesworth, Madron, Woof and Knowles. That'll be Big Mick Goff out there in front. Chris Madron in 2. Dave Knowles in there in 3. Do you know what, Lewis? This is one of the only races of the year where I really wish I was still racing. Yeah. I do miss racing when the Brits comes around. I've only got 2 straights in me now. I don't think I could do a full lap.
I don't even think I've got a start till anymore.
You have. I've seen you ride a cruiser in the last 12 months. Lewis tells us he's not got a first straight anymore. He's absolutely lying. He goes out doing sprints in Bulwell. Only so he can practice getting away from the police, that's all. So,
Don't live in Ball anymore.
yeah.
Long story. For another time.
Take the boy out of Bulwell. You can't take a Bulwell out of the boy. Right, we've got our little rippers up there, the 8-year-olds.
Yeah. Double rock.
Yeah. You can DM us as well if you want to. Oh, hang on. That's race 36 up there, I think, actually.
36. Yeah.
Birthday shout-outs, all that kind of stuff. At BMX commentator on Instagram. Don't forget the races live on BMX Race Hub on YouTube. BMX Race Hub on YouTube. Tell your mum, your nan, your auntie, your uncle, your milkman, your dog. Whoever comes around, knocks on your door, get them told. Get on BMX Race Hub on YouTube right now. Watch the action. I'll be Watmore Randall, Noah Bishop. Listen to this for a name. Hieronymus Powell Vogt. I think that is. That is a name and a half, that. It might just get shortened to Hieronymus Powell as we go through. But that's the first time I've ever used Hieronymus as a name in a race in 30 years. Finley Kerr. Oh, Arlo Payne's in there. He was riding around the hotel this morning at 8 o'clock. Theo Harris, Finley Kerr, Jonah Taylor and Noah Hoffman. Race 37, Lewis.
8-year-old boys on a track leading the way. Looks like we have got a Northerner heading into turn number 2. That's got to be Connor Grant, I believe, out of the Brookwood Park National Race Team. He's being chased down by 2 riders out of the Midlands. One of them's got to be Rapid Roman. Weary's Rapid Roman on the 12.1. He's in there in that 2 spot under pressure from the 3.1 of Archie Walsgrove out of Telford Flyers. Archie 1, 2, 3 then is to bring it down the final straight. Grant leading the way in his first moto of the day. Connor Grant, Rapid Roman in there for that 2 spot. Walsgrove rounding out the podium positions. The Midlands going 1 and 2 in race number 38. Looks like we have got Jack Hale in this one. Eli Hipkins potentially headed towards that second turn. Then 2 guys are going 1 and 2. The South have got a rider in there in 3. Looking like that could be Lewis France Brotherton. Heading towards the final turn. Moves being made in that final corner. That was the 9.1 of Jack Hale making his move, going from 2 to 1. So he is your new race leader, bringing it down the final straight, being pushed all the way to the line. Hale picking up that race win. 1 rider hit the deck on the 3rd straight. Let's hope that they're okay. If you can hear me, gents, on the track, just mind how you go down this 3rd straight. It was a rider out of the Scottish crew, Robbie Hill. He's back up to his feet, going to walk away. Put your hands together for Robbie. The Scottish Massive haven't quite woken up yet. A few more coffees, few more beers. You guys will be awake, I'm sure. Always the loudest of the Brits, so the Scottish Massive. Missed that race. That was a Midlands rider picking up the race win. I think that might have been Henry Bragg. Taking it across the line in race number 39. Race 40 hits the track. East Anglia out of the outside, headed towards the first turn. That was a Logan Acito looking to pick up the whole shot into turn number 1. Who's that on the inside? Got to be the 4.2 of Charlie Crossley. Crossley leads this one out, going 1 and 2 with Acito, headed through that second straight. Rudy Pleasance Ford out of Hot Shot and the South in there in 3, looking to make moves in that second turn. He's gone from 3 to 2. They are 1, 2 and 3 to bring it back through the 3rd straight. All about Crossley at the moment. Here comes Rudy Pleasance Ford round the outside, gonna make it stick. Crossley's not done yet though, dives back underneath in the final turn. So it is Crossley, Ford in that order. Acito gonna have to settle for a top 3 spot as Charlie Crossley picks up the race win. Race 41 on a track, led away by the Midlands crew. Archie Fisher 1.1. This kid has been flying all season long. He was at his home regional a few weeks back at Redditch. Had the pleasure of heading over to Redditch for the day. And he was on fire all day long, picking up every race win, I believe. He's going 1 and 2 with East Anglia across the line. I think that was Teddy Gorman on the 13.3. Race 42 on track.
Edward Bolton by any chance TJ Bolton? You know what, I honestly don't know. Somebody will tell us, I'm sure. Was he, what was TJ? Was it South or North? South West. That's East Anglia.
We are looking at the Southwest out front. Looks like Joseph Clayton, your British champion, going to pick up a race win in race number 42. Race 43 on track. Southwest got a few riders in this one, and 2 of them are going 1 and 3 at the moment, splitting up the Southwest party.
Right, okay. Okay, got you. What race are we on? Bye.
Is that Big Hens? It is Big Hens. You British champ, going to pick up that race win. That was Callum Wood in there in 3, and the 2 spot was Alfie Thorne out of the Midlands. Race number 44, Marco Thompson, Laker, Hitchings, Holloway, Vitals, Lee and Challenger all charging through that 3rd straight at the moment. Who's leading them out? Got to be the 5.5 of Oscar Marco doing it for the South. There's a couple more South riders going through in 3 and 4. Who's that splitting them up though in the 2 spot? That's a 7.1 of Alex Vitals out of Nottingham Outlaws. He's chasing down Marco as they bring it down to the line. Marco, Vitals, that's your 1 and 2. As race number 45 hits turn number 2, that's Dominic Zapanos in the 2 spot at the moment, looking for a way around your race leader. Looks like that could be Jake Avis on the 12.3. Yes, it is Avis. He's under all sorts of pressure though, as Mr. Zapanos looks for a way round, doing it for the South. So the South and East Anglia going 2 abreast down the final straight. Avis looking like he's just about going to hang on to the race win. Zapanos will have to settle for the 2 spots. Race number 46 led away by your new world number 3. That is, of course, Antec Perebny, Birmingham National Race Team and the Midlands. Charging through that third straight at the moment. He's going to 1 and 2 with the 3.2. Noah Northcott. Regan Jones in this one on the 21.2. It is his birthday on Wednesday, so massive happy birthday to Regan. He turns 9 this coming Wednesday. So happy birthday, Regan. He's going to pick up what looks like a 6th spot on the line. Race number 47. Elliot Hatch in this one. He's in there in about 3 at the moment, chasing down the South Rider in there in 2. Looks like that could be Philip Sturmanis. Yes, it is Sturmanis hanging on to that 2 spot at the moment with the 10.3 of Arthur Campbell out of MK Evolution. He's going to pick up the race win. Doing it for the East Anglia crew over on the first straight. Rider down in turn number 1. We'll take a look at who it was as they jump back up to their feet. That looks like East Anglia leading this one out. Race number 48 in and out of turn number 2. That is the 3.3 of Jack Potter out of Braintree Bullets. And the EA crew, 17.5 in there in that 2 spot. That is Ionas Ardent. He's being chased down by the Northerner, headed down the final straights. That looks like Nathan Franklin on the 10.4. Do not forget as well, ladies and gents, it is a busy weekend next weekend for the new track over at Cardiff. So the Saturday is going to be the Southwest Champs, and then on Sunday they've got the Welsh Open. So if you've got a free weekend and you thought you was going to have it BMX free, certainly not going to be the case anymore. We've got the Southwest Champs next Saturday and the Welsh Open on Sunday. The Welsh Open is open to all riders. So make sure you head over to Cardiff next weekend for an action-filled weekend. We are moving on. 9-year-old boys, race number 49.
Finn Yerbury, Sol Kearns, Joseph O'Brien, Arthur Mason, Eddie Knight, Dougie Butt and Rafe Wilson. I don't know if our audio issue has been sorted yet on the live feed. We are waiting for an update on that. We are aware that there is an issue with the audio on my mic. Some people might say that's a good thing. I honestly don't know. But we are trying to sort it out. Arthur Mason on the 2.5 out in front. That looks like the North region in there in 2. That's going to be Joseph O'Brien. Finn Yerbury's in there. Arthur Mason, Eddie Knight, Dougie Butt and Rafe Wilson. Moving on to race 50, Vinnie Hinton, Joel Pritchard, Jack Colwell, Thomas Wardell, Flynn Cross, Xavier Darley and Logan Collier. All in race number 50. It is the 3.5 leading it through. Joel Pritchard. Scott Dick is watching. Shout out the Hawks. So Scott is watching his riders, probably from the comfort of his retirement hideaway down in, Dorset, deepest, darkest Dorset, wherever he lives these days. I don't know, somewhere posher than Slough. I know it's that much. Joseph Jewett in race 51. Oliver Salmon, Ethan Shaw out in front. Rexford, Benjamin Tanzer, Oliver Hawker and Seb Staines. All going through in race 51. Race 52, Rory Smythe, Oakley Lewis Fields, Jack Haynes, Roman James Wright, George Kellum, Albie Dodd and Teddy Harradine. Here comes another veteran of 40-plus British champs, Mr. Phil Townsend. Man, myth, legend. Thank you, Phil, for bringing our moto sheets. So that's race, whatever it was, I don't know. Struggling to keep up. Right, I've got a rider from Scotland in this one. That's going to be Elliot Worley, I think, Moto 53. Miles Court, Henry Keeble, Oscar Ryder Bays, Kai Upton, Anarin Marklew and Lucas Fowle. Lucas out of the South region. Doing it for Jim Dirt down at Bexhill. 14.5. I haven't seen Keith Julie this weekend. Not seen Keith for a while, actually. I'm sure he's watching somewhere on the live stream. So shout out Jim Dirt. As we look at the 7.3 picking himself up. 7.1, Marcus Ells. So hope he's all right. George Ludgate, Hayden Kinsey. Out of the North. Otto Watmore Randall, William Matthews, Nathan Dan, Oscar Schrader.
and Aston John Lee. And it is Aston taking it to the stripe. Marcus just rounding that second turn. As we move on to Moto 55, Jacob Forrest, Bradley Budby, Aidan Baptiste, Killian Hanna, Jack Griggs, Tobias Groves, Jake James and Mr. Chester Grocock. Out of the north, he's in there in 3, chasing down Tobias Groves. Jake James doing it for the southwest, Jacob Forrest also out of the southwest. Baptiste out of the south. As they head towards us, and it is the 2.5 of Aidan Baptiste. Into the corner, scrapping with Tobias Groves, who blows his pedals, allows Chester Grocock past. As we move on to Moto 56, Jacob Dent in there in 2. Doing it for the north, William Arnold, Hudson Edis, Lucas Taroa, Samuel Miles Turner, Arthur Donaldson and Imrat Kuman. Out of the south, that is Moto number 56, Sam Miles Turner in there in 4th spot for the north. Race 57, Alexi Carlos, Zachary Jones, Thomas Giles, Ollie Bird, Luca Chalk, Seth Kacharik, Casper Collins, Bradshaw also in there as well. Alexi out of the southwest, he's in there inside the top 5. The man from the north on the 20.4. That's going to be Mr. Ollie Bird, I think. Being chased down by Seth Kacharik. Oh, rider down going into turn 1. Not sure who that was. From the Midlands region, we got a rider down. George Spencer, Isaac Sulker, Jack Belton's in there. Jack there battling, just taking that first spot away from Jack Kitchen. Bobby McKenna and Charlie Dowson in there. Jesse Rose as well. Luca Tramontano. That might be Isaac Sulker who's hit the deck. He's just picking himself up. It's the rider from the Midlands. So by process of elimination, I've got a feeling that's Isaac. Race 59. Grimm, Bradley, Claydon, Turner, Dayton, Watson, Swales and Southarts. Race 59. Leo Bradley doing it for the southwest, Arthur Claydon. Also out of the southwest as well, so those boys going 1 and 3. Moray Watson from Scotland mixing it right up there. Albert Turner from the Midlands getting involved, as is Hugo Dayton. Got a feeling Hugo's inside the top 4. Rider from the south on the 22.5, that is Jack Swales. There's the southwest leading towards the line. Race 60, Isaac Moore, Colwyn Jones, Travis Shearing, Calabooni, Henry Pearson, Keelan Tiffany, and Lucas Tawalde. Making moves for the slicker than grease. I got news for your crews, you'll be sucking like a leech. If you know that song lyric, then we're friends already. Lewis is shaking his head. I might drop that song lyric in again. There'll be about 4 people around the track who'll get that. And they'll all be lads from the 80s and 90s. That's all I'm saying. I don't know if our audio's improved yet. Nobody's said anything. We'll soon find out. Has our audio improved on the live feed? Has it? Right, good. I think that's race 61, Lewis.
That's 62.
Is it?
Yeah.
Close enough.
11-year-old boys on track, leading into turn number 2. Back out again as your British champ. That is Connor Hemill doing it for the Northern GT Factory. The Midlands in there behind him, chasing him on through. That is the European number 8, Ronnie. The Landshark Wood having moves put on him in the final turn. That looked like it could have been a rider out of East Anglia, potentially Edward Cordery. It was Cordery making moves in that final turn, going from 3 to 2. Race number 63 on track. Jones Snell Sailor, Finley, Mather, Parr, White and Graham. Is that a lost property glove? We've had our second piece of lost property. It says Alpine Stars glove. It's a very small child's glove, white and black. So if your kid's missing their white and black Alpine Stars glove, it's up over here at commentary. As we take a look at race number 64. Seb Hewitt leading this one out. Radco Racing out of the north. Heading through the third straight at the moment, being chased down by the 4.5 of Neil Grandans out of Brixton BMX. The 2.3 in there in 3. That is Wilfred Soul. Doing it for East Anglia, being chased down the final straight by a couple of riders out of the southwest. Henry Distin and Josiah Burge. Race 65 on track, heading into turn number 2. That looks like Joey McAvoy leading this one out, doing it for Derby BMX and the Midlands and Team Mamo UK. So Joey's out there in the 1 spot. He's being chased down by the 28.2. And there in that 2 spot, that is Arlo Steinmetz doing it for Burnham BMX in the southwest. The south in there in 3. Looks like that could be the 2.5 of Ollie Warner doing it for Moto 1 Race Team, rounding out the top 3 positions as McAvoy picks up the race win. Race number 66, 11-year-old boys heading in and out of turn number 2. Looks like the north and the southwest are going 1 and 2 at the moment. That's got to be the 1.4 of Kylan Gordon doing it for the northeast and the north. Leading it out from the 17.2 of Oliver Richards out of the final turn. That's going to be your 1 and 2 down the final straight. Looking like a Midlands rider in the mix inside the top 4. That was Ted Malkin. Couple of riders down on the first straight in race number 67. Both riders back up to their feet, going to walk away. We are on to the 12-year-old boys. We need the second set of motos making their way to the pens, please. Cruiser riders to the pens. So if you're in the first 10 or 20 motos or so, you need to be in the pens, please. Thank you. We're missing quite a few riders. Fallen riders, I think that might have been Jensen Dunn, and the 7.3 was Travis Sykes. Let's hope that both riders are alright as we look at race number 68, heading into turn number 1 and back out again. Who's leading the way? Gotta be South BMX. That is Albert Aladzans. Adrian Galitis it is, heading into turn number 2. Looks like Aladzan's getting busy for the South. He's in there at about 3 at the minute, banging elbows with what looks like Poppy Bishop doing it for East Anglia. She's back there in 4 now. The 1.2 is in the mix as well inside that 2 spot. That is Jack Laughlin and a Reactive Racing on the southwest. So the South leading it down the final straight. Going to pick up this race win. That was Adrian Galitis. 12-year-old boy still out on track. Race number 69 heading into turn number 2. That looks like the Midlands out front. Zach Evelyn looking good at the front of the pack. Who's that on track? That looks like Leo Rowlands. It's got to be Leo Rowlands. That's a W3 plate. Leo Rowlands out on track. Your newly crowned world number 3 from a few weeks ago in Copenhagen, Denmark. Put his bike up on the podium in the 12-year-old boys category as we look at race number 71. Another world finalist in this age group on track. James Bibby, so 2 Northerners, picking up world finals. Over in Copenhagen, 20.2 in there in that 2 spot. That is Archie Croker White, being chased down by the 2.4 on the exit of turn at number 3. That was Jacob Aston. Lewis Hughes out of Crank BMX coaching, rounding out the podium spots. Race 72 on track. Skipper Davies Riches, Childs, Challenger, Buttery, Brownson and Ridley. Heading down the 3rd straight. The 5.5 leads it out. Emil Challenger. The 19.2 in there behind him. That's Sam Richards. Doing it for the Southwest with a 14.4. In there in 3. That is Theo Davies out of CGR. Battle on for the 4 spot. Heading down the last straight. Looks like East Anglia got a rider getting involved. That was Logan Skipper out of Norwich Flyers.
Right, race 73. On track, Joe Rook, Mason Jones, Harry Swales, Noah Bagwell, Finley Murphy, Ishan Rathor, Liam Wade and Archie Bell. Archie in there in 2. Mason Jones out of Cardiff on the 7.2. Don't forget that Welsh Open. Finley Murphy in there on the 1.1 out of the Midlands. Max Livingston, Oliver Taylor, Ashton Mundell, Finley Shaw, Logan Waterhouse, Zach Hamill and Tom Allen. Not the comedian, the BMXer. Or maybe he is a comedian and we just don't know it. Race 74 this is. The 1.6 belongs to Finley Shaw out of Cumbernauld and Scotland. Big shout to the Scottish Massive. We got half a cheer then from Scotland. It'll do, it's close enough. Race 75, Lucas Gomez Sands, Callum Keane, Luca Milne, Harrison Doe, Max Bojang, Sam Lillingston, and Lucas Lorry. All in this one. Southwest Rider going through, that's going to be Harrison Doe out of Reactive Racing. Callum Keane doing it for Cumbernauld. We've got a rider down. Just coming out of turn 1, not sure who that was. 1.3. Leah T-Look out of East Anglia as Eliza Powell goes past us as well. So Leah is up and okay. Let's give her a big round of applause. As we move on. Right, these are the 10-year-old girls heading into the corner. That looks like Agnes Lamb battling away with a rider from Scotland. There'll be Rosie Geddes. Got Roxy Rowlands, Holly Webb, Emma Dean, Cara Cross, Abby Graham all in there as well. Abby doing it for the South, as is Cara and Emma. Holly Webb out of East Anglia in there in 5. Roxy Rowlands doing it for the North. Keep pushing, Roxy. Good job. Oh, more riders crashing. Went the wrong way for the bike, the rider from the Southwest. Got a feeling that was the 6.2 of Roxy Morgan out of Cardiff. Don't forget the Welsh Open at Cardiff BMX track next week. Next Sunday. Enjoy that one. The W8 of Holly Bishop is leading it out. She's in there in 1. Florence Dyson going through in 2. Erin Cheek from the Hawks in there as well. As we move on to moto number 79. Lily Mae Gould, Freya Harris, Lauren Keller, Megan Mooney, Seren Pritchard, Elsie Goscombe. And leading it out, doing it for the North and the Hard Knocks Bike Coaching Massive. That will be Brooke Fast Fawcett. Part of the Enfuse family. Don't forget Enfuse down in the traders area. They've got a sale on all your energy gels, your energy bars and all that. So if you need a mid-moto boost, go and see Enfuse. And while you're down there, check out the rest of our traders as well. So Brooke taking it across the line. As we move on to more 12-year-old girls. Olivia Johnson, Elizabeth Gray and Millie Ross, Sadie McSwitty in this one. That looks like Iris Hyder. On the E5. Millie Ross in there in 2. The North bringing it through in 3. That's going to be Sadie McSwitty. I don't know who the faller was. What's that? Right, that was Olivia Johnson from the Midlands who went down in a heap. Let's hope she's okay. Olivia out of the Nuneaton Club. Right, while I've got the opportunity, I'm going to mention all our traders. Down in the trade area, we've got Green Machine, Sorted Bikes, Sorted Race Gear, Pure Bicycles, B73. You can order your kids' Brits t-shirts for delivery after the event. Crucial Bikes, or Crucial BMX, Waco, Enfuse, DC Cycles, Burbones BMX. The Ice Cream Man's down there. Mine's a 99. The pizza van's there, the deli van, and Iron Pier Brewery. You've got no non-alcoholic options. I was highly disappointed. But yeah, Green Machine, Sorted, Pure Bikes, B73, Crucial BMX, Waco, Enfuse, DC Cycles, Burbones BMX, the Ice Cream Van, the Pizza Van, the Deli Van, and Iron Pier Brewery. So you can get fed, watered, buy all your parts and accessories, and then get an event t-shirt to wear on the way home. Go and check them out. And our friends at 2 In 1 Out have sent us all the prizes for King and Queen of the Hill. We're going to get some posts up on Instagram. The presentation will be after racing on Sunday. So Neil's going to shoehorn that in somehow. All right, let's hear it for Olivia. We hope she's okay.
No, it's fine.
Right, sorry, I was just updating my Instagram stories with the King and Queen of the Hill stuff. Race 81, Paige Cathcart Cunnison, Winnie Andrews, Emily Barter, Elsie Blight, Beth Hewitt, Grace Gerard out of the north and Hard Knocks Bike Coaching, and Mara McCarran in there as well, doing it for the Midlands. Mara's in there in 3, Grace is just stealing the lead away for the north, battling to the line with the rider from the southwest. That would be Elsie Blight. Race 82, Hannah Mackey, Ivy James Young, Alexi Adams, Evie Dyson, Elizabeth Ololapool, and Poppy May Kirby. Poppy's in there in 3. Looks like Elizabeth's checked out and gone on her European 7 plates. She'll be in the Euro and Worlds Rider Parade, which is going after the quarterfinals. Euro and Worlds Plates Parade after the quarterfinals. As we move on to moto number 84, these are your 6 and unders bringing the thunder. Jensen Dyke, Milo Ryder Bays, Finley Thompson, Rupert Garnett, Victor Anderson and Teddy Fountain. Teddy out of East Anglia, Milo's out of East Anglia as well. Jensen on the 1.2 out of the southwest, Finley Thompson out of the north, Rupert Garnett and Victor Anderson out of the south region. It looks like the 2.4 or 5.4 of Finley Thompson taking it to the line as we move on to moto 85, Lewis.
6 and unders are bringing the thunder on the exit of turn number 1. That is the southwest leading them through. Parker Gray on the 7.2. Who's in there with him? Looking like East Anglia chasing him down. That's the 7.3 of Alfie Lungley doing it for Ipswich BMX Club. The south in there inside the top 3. Chasing them on through, that's got to be the 1.5 of Ruben Sparrowhawk doing it for Bournemouth BMX, but he's under pressure. Here comes the 5.4 round the outside, trying to make it stick. That looks like Joshua Aston working his way into a top 3 spot, just shuffling Sparrowhawk back to that 4, down to the line. Then it is going to be Parker Gray picking up the race win as he takes it across the line. Race number 86, Buck, Howe, Aaron, Dowsing, Dempsey and Barron. Looks like we have got the southwest leading it out again. Got to be Albie Howe doing it for Cardiff BMX on the 7.2. Looks like the 1.3 in there as well. Oh, we went to race early. That's what happened. Right, that's race number 86 on track. Isaac Court, Albie Howe, Cleon Arend, Ellis Dowsing, Patrick Dempsey and Luke Barron all charging on through. That is going to be the 2.2 of Albie Howe leading this one out. The 1.4 in there behind him. Luke Barron doing it for the North East. He's under all sorts of pressure though. Patrick Dempsey, the movie star, trying to make it happen down the final straight. Going to go through in that 2 spot. Right behind his compatriot out of the north, Luke Barron picking up the 2. More 6 and under action heading in and out of that second corner. It is going to be the rider out of the southwest, leading them through. Jack Byrne on the 11.2, doing it for Decoy BMX. That looks like it could be the 3.3 of Sydney Schrader out of Braintree. Bullets picking it up inside the 2 spot at the moment. The 8.5 is in there in 3. That's Leo Hawker out of TNT, in and out of the final corner. Here comes the 11.1, trying to make some moves. Max White out of Birmingham BMX is putting pressure on the rider out of TNT. That's Hawker just about hanging on down to the wire. They go. It is going to be White picking up their 3 spot, shuffling Hawker back to the 4. The little pedaling princesses are on track. We are looking at the 6 and under girls in and out of that second corner. It's going to be the South leading this one out. Looks like it could be Noah Kerr. That is the 1.5, doing it for Runnymede Rockets. Right there behind her, looks like we've got the 3.4 of Alice Laurie, doing it for the Midlands. The 1.3 of Peony Ford is inside the top 3, doing it for East Anglia. The South have got a couple of other ladies in there at the moment, doing it in 4 and 5. Going through, that's got to be Erin Thorrows and Lenny Goddard, all being chased down by the 4.1 of Adeline Wilson, doing it for Telford Fly. She's going to round out the top 6 spots. Race number 89 on track. 5 little ladies going at it as he head into turn number 2. Who's leading them out? It's got to be the East Anglian bringing it on round. That's Evie Steele. Steele leading it out from the 3.5 as they bring it towards the final turn. Billy Sawyer out of Andover with the 1.2 in there in 3. Opal Jones rounding out the top 3 spots. The 5.5 is in there as well. That's Molly Cairns alongside the 2.1 of Phoebe Court, doing it for Nuneaton and the Midlands. But your race winner going to be Evie Steele out of Ipswich and East Anglia. 7-year-old boys all lining up on track, charging through the second straight. The South lead in the charge at the moment. Looks like that could be the 1.5 of Jasper Eels, doing it for Gospel BMX, who's in there with him, looking like we've got an East Anglian picking up the 2 spot. That could be the 4.3 of Isaac Perry Allat. Heading towards the final turn. It is all about Eels at the moment. The 4.3 in there behind him, that is Allard with the 10.5. In there rounding out the top 3 positions, that is Soren Rock Hatfield. Some absolutely wicked names on the sheet for this race. But your race winner going to be the rider out of the South. That was the 1.5 Jasper Eels. Race number 91 on track. 7-year-old boys having a good old scrap as they enter the 3rd straight. The South dominating this moto. They're going 1, 2 and 3 at the moment. That is the 2.5 lead in the charge. Arthur Kinch out of Gospel going 1 and 2 with the 6.5 of what looks like Alexander French. Moves are being made in the final turn. Check out the 4.4 getting busy. That's going to be Henry Dodd. He's up to about 5. Tried to pick up a 3 spot in the final turn. Didn't quite make it stick. So the South are going to go 1, 2, 3 and 4. The North out on track, leading it into turn number 1. That looked like it could have been the 3.4. That is Isaac Tomlinson doing it for Allen's Factory. He's going 1 and 3 with his northern compatriot. That looks like it could be Louis Austin on the 7.4. So it is Manchester and Bruntwood. That's your 1 and 3 at the moment, who's splitting up the northern party. In there in 2, looking like that could be the 4.5 as they come on round. That is Eddie Brown out of Gosport. Here comes the pressure from the 7.5 of Harry Taylor, trying to work his way around the outside of Louis Austin, bringing it down the final straight. Who's going to get the top 3 spot? Austin's just about hanging on as he bring it down to the wire. Taylor pushes all the way, didn't quite get close enough. Riders down in turn number 1 in race number 93. Barker, Camburn, Ross Foster, Merrin, Blundell, Slater, Thorne and Yates. Where is Shelby Yates? One of the riders that hit the deck, so it is the North out front, the 1 and the 15.4. Harry Slater and Benji Ross Foster. That's going to be your 1 and 2 heading down the final straight. The other fallen riders picking themselves up. Put your hands together for all of the fallen riders, ladies and gents. Shelby Yates was one of them out of the Midlands. Couple of riders out of the South. I think that's John Joe Blundell. The 17.5 is one of them. That is a Marshall Camburn. And the 11.5 of Harry Merrin. Put your hands together for them riders, ladies and gents. More 7-year-old action. One rider hits the deck down the first straight. Who's leading it into the turn? Race number 94 is a go. That looks like the Southwest leading this one out. Oliver Bridle, your current British champion. He'll look to replace that 0-1 with another one as they bring it towards the later stages of today's racing. So Bridle out there in the one spot, the North. In there behind him in the two, looks like that could be Charlie Bromelo on the 2.4. Yes, it is Charlie picking up the 2 spot at the moment with the 15.5. In there in 3, that's Henry Douglas out of BBCC.
That's on there. Cog.
Looks like we're just picking a couple of riders up off the deck. Let's hope that everyone's all right, and we'll see them for their second moto. Race 95 locked and loaded on the gate. We're inquiring to the south, you guys over on the final straight, if anyone knows what club BBCC is. We're looking to get some information around that, so if someone could come and let us know, that'd be wicked. Tommy Hinton walking away, ladies and gents. Put your hands together for him. Right, straight back into the action then. Race number 95 hits the track. 2 riders out of the Midlands charging towards the first turn. Roberts Catkins has got to be one of them on the 1.1 plate. He's leading into the first corner. The 2.1 of Rafe Edmonds out of Telford Flyers. So them 2 guys going 1 and 3. The East Anglian breaking up the party. Got to be Sanders Orns out of Norwich Flyers. So that's your 1, 2, 3 at the moment. Catkins, Orns and Edmonds in that order. The South are in the mix. Oh, look at the moves being made. It was 2 in and 1 out for Sanders Orns. He's made his move to go from 2 to 1, but he's back under pressure from Catkins as he bring it into the final turn. Oh, it got busy in that final corner. He was all over the gearbox of Orns in the final turn. Catkins had to slip his pedal to stay upright. The 2 Midlands riders are going to go through in 2 and 3, but Sanders Orns picks up the race win. Race number 96 on track. The 7-year-old girls are a go. That looks like the British champ leading them out. Esme Anderson going 1 and 2 with the 4.4 of Sophia Rees. Check out the 1.4. Hattie McGoldrick, GT Factory in the north. So the north are going through in 2 and 3. At the moment, the south 1, 4, 5 and 6. Esme Anderson, your race winner in race number 96.
Race 97. Mabel Pine, Izzy Moore, Matilda Hewitt, Abigail Henning, Millie Moore, Maisie Miller, Isabella Henry and Kylie Dixon in this one. Southwest are out in front. That is the 12.2 of Mabel Pine. Got Maisie Miller in there on the 9.2, pushing hard as well. It's the North in there in 2 and 4. That's going to be Abigail Henning. And Millie Moore as well. Race 98 on track. Freya Forrest, Orla Dewis, Charlotte Budby, Maggie Devines in this one as well. Looks like Maggie out in front. Luciana Pinson Barron, Flick Brentnall, Sarah Hyseni and Mia Chalk. But it's Maggie in there in one, being tracked down by the 0-1. Ola Jewis, reigning British champion in this category. Luciana Pins and Barons in there as well. Inside the top 3 as we move to race 99. Got a birthday in this one. Autumn Moore on the 2.2 out of the southwest, celebrating her 9th birthday. Happy birthday, Autumn. Have a wonderful day. She's in there in 3 at the moment, chasing down Phoebe Miller and the rider out of the north. That's going to be Maisie Dyson out of Bradford. So the birthday girl's going to pick up a top 3. Race 100 next. Alice Barron, Poppy Weatherly, Lola Perks, B. Smith, Megan Keller and Panonica Castro Lack, I think that is. Out of East Anglia on the 1.3. We'll just go with Panonica. She's there in that 4th spot, battling away with B. Smith. Well, looks like the North are out in front. That'll be Alice Barron. Race 101. We are approaching the end of round 1 of motos. Tallulah Widdowson, Lily Mae Clemson, Ella Grant, Lauren Snell and Madison Stupple. Familiar with a lot of these names. Out of the National Series. It is the E8. Ella Grant, followed by Lauren Snell. They're going 1 and 2. Madison Stupple's in there in 3 with Lila Mae Clemson. In 4. Tallulah Widdowson in 5. Next up, that looks like Betty Wills, the W4. She'll be in that parade later on. Amber Tucker, Darcy Payne, Jamie Puddock, Freya Monforte, Grace Hudak. On the E4 in there in 2, so a world and a European play battling. In this first moto, Aria Rosalie and Mia Kiss in the mix as well. Race 103, that is Maisie Egan. In there in 1. These are your 11-year-old girls still. Lizzie Underhill, Jessica Cox, Amelia Rowe, Erin Holmes, Rachel Pritchard and Isla Milne. It's the North going 1 and 2 because Amelia's in there. Got a feeling that's Rachel Pritchard in there in 3, doing it for the South and the Hawks. As we move on to the last moto of round 1, Lila Crouch, Ophelia Shepherd, Ellie B, Erin Toogood, Neve France Brotherton, Trixie Trays and Bonnie Dudley. It is the Southwest. That's going to be Trixie Trays in 1. Ellie Beats in there in 2. Neve France Brotherton rounding out the top 3. And then the Midlands are going 4 and 5. That's going to be Ophelia and Erin. So round 1 of motos is done. We are moving on to round 2. Lewis has gone for a sauna or something, a post-race massage. Or a kebab.
I've got to turn something else on. Yeah. Oh, yeah, here he is. Yeah, Neil Stewart in the house. Don't you worry about that. Got to put up with me again, ladies and gentlemen. Substituted me in again. Reserve.
Super sub like David Burkhoff in the 80s.
Who?
The guy who used to come on for Liverpool in the 80s and score all the goals.
Oh, really? Rich just called me super sub. He said something about David Fairclough in the 80s. Always used to come on and score a load of goals for Liverpool, but no, I don't know. Showing your age there, Rich. Showing your age.
Tell you what, I'm going to sit in Lewis's chair all the time. This is well comfy. He's not having this back.
I found it was a bit low. It was a bit low for me. I couldn't get back out of it easy enough. I think I was sat in a kid's chair.
That was your age, Louis.
That was it. I mean, that's my age. Yeah, 55 next year. Watch out.
Watch out, cruisers.
Here we go then. Moto number 2 for the cruisers, 9 to 12 years old. Swales Jones. I guess you're Mason, Hannah and Squires in this one. Looks like the rider from the southwest out in front. And that's going to be one of the riders there, Jack Swales. No, it's not going to be Jack Swales, is it? Because he's not from the southwest. That must be Jack in second. It's going to be Alfie Jones. And it's Taylor Hoare in there in the lead. But here comes the European number 7 of Swales. Up the inside, taking over the lead in the cruisers, 9 to 12 years old. Third place rider, Killian Hanna and Arthur Mason in the mix with Jacob Squires and Alfie Jones. Race number 106 on track. Rowley leading this one out on the cruiser. Yes, it is. Rowlands out in front on the cruiser. Looking good. South rider in there in 2 is going to be the rider from Andover, Bram Heaver. With East Anglia battling out for those top 4 positions. Race number 108 on track. Still with the 9 to 12-year-old cruisers. Browson, King, Cotton, Bradley, Webb and Ridley. It's the North rider leading this one out. It's going to be the 2.4 of Charlie Cotton. Cotton leads this one out from the South rider of Ocean King, Team Myden, Bournemouth. Southwest in there in 3. It's going to be Leo Bradley from Rusty Nut Racing, sporting the green and black of the Southwest here today. Now we see the riders coming at us from the race 109. Fast and Furious for world number 3, James Cotterill from Rab Racing leads this one out. He did absolutely amazing out in Copenhagen and picked himself up a world number 3, top 3 podium spot. Race number 110 on track. I can see a rider from the south there leading this one out. It's going to be Robin Matern Alonso. He is your world number 6, ladies and gentlemen. And he looks good out in front. Xavi Vox Cooper in the mix there. But it's the rider from East Anglia, Zach Childs, in there in 2 with the North rider coming on through. That could be Freddie Woolwork, I think, as Cooper comes down in about 5. Race 111 on the track. Benedict Marco, of course, from Bournemouth. He's in there somewhere in about 4, I think, at the moment. Hunter Malon, Hindley, Wood, Ohana, Scrivener, Millington and Harding. It's the 2.5 that leads this one out. Newton Hindley, East Anglia in there in 2 at the moment. Coming on through, it's going to be Ben Millington from Royston. As they come across the line, it's all pretty close for those top 4. Here we see the rider leading this one out. It's going to be McKenna, Jake McKenna from Preston in the front of the pack there. Who's that there in 2? Is that another North rider? Or is that, who is it, sorry? Will Knowles, yeah, Crankworks. What sort of shirt is that, though? That's a different shirt. Oh, he's not sticking to the North shirt. Well, it's got a rogue design. As a Southwest rider comes across in 3. 2 East Anglian riders in the mix there. As we move on to race number 113. Make sure you get yourselves back in the pens. We won't be hanging around with these motos. We'll be going straight through. No breaks, no pauses. As the Southwest looks good in this one, coming down that last straightaway. Finton Cockburn. Race 114. We got a rider from East Anglia leading this one out. It's going to be John O'Hara-Dean from the MK Evolution. As looks like it's a rider from Scotland, Cooper McCrum in there in 2. The 5.1 of Logan Widdowson. Widdowson in there in 3, pushing on hard on McCrum, but I think McCrum is going to hang on to it as they cross the line in race number 114. Race number 115, Robin, Sim, Hayward, Giles, Brown and Palmer. I'm looking for Sean Brown in this one. For Birmingham Ice Factory, I think he's leading this one out. Is that Brown out in front? I think it is, yeah. The 9.5 was that of Stanley Palmer. Palmer from the south in there in 2 with the rider from Ipswich, Aidan Giles in 3. Moving on to the females, 17 to 29. I can see that's Hannah Drew leading this one out from the rider from the south. It's going to be Isla Young. Young in there in 2 with the rider from the Midlands, Trinity Cam, I think, in there. Is that Richard Cam's daughter, Rich? It is, okay. I thought I saw him at a couple of races. Good to see Trinity racing in there. Second. Amy Willets it was in second. Thanks, Rich. How many do I do? 2 names? I've done 2 names.
No, it's fine. Just do 2 and then 2. It's fine. Right, race 117. Jessica Hemstock, Molly Nice, Olivia Firth in this one. Olivia's in there in that 4th spot, doing it for the North region. EMV graphics and signage for all your helmet wrapping needs. Annalise Cadman Carpenter, Jamie Elwood, Alicia Linscott, Anya Mattern Alonso, and Lily Chiziwa. Race 118, Izzy Hurry on the nicest looking cruiser in BMX. She's in there. Oh, T-Lady's here. Emily Dean, Ailey Watson, Erin J. Jackson, Lottie McFarlane, Isla Reckless, and Hannah Hedges. Hannah in there in 4, but she's under some pressure now as they come to the line. Looks like Izzy Hurry taking the win. Ooh, yeah. Digestives belting. That'll do for me. Yeah. Have we? We'll have to wait till T-Lady comes round and then we can dip our biscuits in our brews. Sorry, I went all northern then for a minute. Where are we up to? I have no idea. That is... that might be Joshua Orr out there. James Morrison, Luke Davis Hayes, Josh Cates, Connor Blythe, Lewis Barnes, Thomas Miller, and Fletcher Elliott. This is motor number 120. Luke Davis Hayes inside the top 4, but he's chasing down the East Anglia duo. Connor Blythe in there in 3. Lewis Barnes pushing hard as well. As we move on to race 121. Mitchell Jocelyn, Ben Orff, Ben Fitzsimmons in there in 3. Jack Lebras in there in about 5. Zach Green, Jaden Tudor, and Thomas Doran as well. On the 11.4, he's in there in 2. Being chased down by Fitzsimmons. As we move on to 122. Jackson Roy, Longley, Friend, Seaman, Roberts, McHugh in there as well. And Jack Wiggins. As we come out of the corner, this is an absolute banger of a tune, can I just tell you? Love this song. I won't sing along, I can tell you that. I will not sing along to this music. Because nobody needs to hear that. If you're wondering, it's the Steinway remix of Arms of Lorraine. Okay. BBCC, Broomfield Bikers BMX Club, apparently. Herne Bay, we never knew that, so thank you for letting us know. Yeah, Neil was a member of Herne Bay in the 80s. As we look at another moto go past us we haven't talked about. Anyway, we'll carry on. Back to the action. 30-plus female cruisers. Tarling, Stupple, Nichols, Mardell, Turner, Pearson, Wong, and Clements. That looks like Michelle Stupple in 1. Nita's in there in 2. Is it? No, it's SJ. Sarah J. Nichols in 2. Nita in 3. Same jersey, same colour race pants, same helmet. You can understand why we get a little bit confused. We can have a tea, please, gents. That'd be lovely. 2 milks in, thank you. We have to put our brew order in while we've got a chance. As we look at Nicola Wheeler, Ruth Ford, Becca Gold, Chloe Burr, Suzanne Rawlins, Suzanne Jenkins, Susan Ferroni, Annie Chiziwa, Becca Gold leading it out. Annie Chiziwa absolutely on fire in 2. Ruth Ford going through in 3. Rider from the south in there in 4. That might have been Suzanne Rawlins. 30-plus female cruisers. Love it. 30 to 39's up next. James Wilson, Nathan Abbott, Stuart Lorry, Ryan Jones, Chris Miller, Dale Scott, Martin Smiley Brown. In there in 2. Chris Hearn doing it for East Anglia. On the 6.3, looking down at his bike, wondering what the hell's going on. Has he got a flat? Because he seems to have ruined his last straight. Race 127, Kempsford, Ali Edzans, Lungley, Popel, Nesbitt, Barker, Lillingston and Smith.
And that is Dan Popel out in front. Livingston in there in 2. Agris Elliotans going through in 3. With the 1.1 in 4, that's going to be Mitchell Smith. As we move on to 128s, Carl Fancini's in this one. Doing it for Bournemouth. Jeffrey Roas out in front. Lewis Darley, Northeast BMX. Gavin Stone in there for East Anglia. In there in about 4th spot in a minute. Nick Lewis out of Merton Saints on the 4.5. Have you? All right. Thanks, T-ladies. Really appreciate that one. Thank you very much.
Give me one. Yeah, did they not give me one? Unbelievable.
Moving on.
One more, please.
Right, we've got
What you got, tea or coffee?
Neil's ordering his caramel frappuccino as we speak.
Let's have a tea, mate.
Where's Mike Whitaker? He's in there doing it for YouTube, lads. In there in that 7th spot. His first Brits. You'll be able to watch it all on YouTube. Cheers, thanks. In the next week or so, he does a cracking job. Give him a follow and a subscribe and a like and all that rigmarole. All what the cool kids talk about, which is why I never do. As we move on. Race 132 just crossing the line, moving on to 133. Dave Stokes in this one. I think. Hang on, where are we up to? W8. Was that one in front or one behind?
Fraser Watson, isn't it? Fraser Watson, W6.
Oh, right, mate. Maybe race 131. I could have been 2 in front for all I know.
I think you were, mate.
Absolutely. Tony Labras.
Yeah, that's Barnard doing it out in front on the 3.1. Where's his W plate, Barnard?
I don't know. 41st Brits, apparently, for Matt Barnard.
41st Brits for Matt Barnard, and he picked up a well plate out in Copenhagen, and he's storming this one miles out in front of Adam Boudet from DC Cycles. Another couple of quick riders in the 45 to 49 coming on through. Norbert Marco, he's having a battle there with Zoltan Boudet. So Marco and Boudet, 1 and 2 down that straight. Look at the North riders lining up behind. Luke Brown, Nigel Smith, David Stokes, Jonathan Bramley from Doncaster. But Boudet takes it over now from Marco there in the 2 spot. Franklin in 3. Smith in 4. That's the way they're going to go across the line in race number 133. I'll do an extra page this time, yeah? All right, then. He's out there in front. It's the world number 7. It's Alan Hill, the man that read the rider's oath that you will all adhere to here today in racing the BMX British Championships. He's got the Scottish fella behind him. It's Ian Archibald. He's chasing hard, but Hilly, he's won multiple titles. He knows how to win races, and he takes his 2nd win of the day, I guess. Race 135 on track, ladies and gentlemen. Another East Anglian rider leading this one out. East Anglian rider. I wanted to say it was Matt Phillips, but it's not. Phillips is in there in 2, though. Here he comes. Watch out, hot shot. As we see the East Anglia guy leading this one out. Is that Barnard? The 1.3? Yeah, that's Paul Barnard. Oh, Carver carves it up the inside and takes over the lead. Phillips is going to hang on to 3rd on that lovely standard bike. He did. Yeah, I'm not going to say it, but he did. Another Scottish guy in this one, leading this one out. Who we got here? Brett Archibald, I reckon. Yeah, that's Brett Archibald leading this one out. North Rider in there in 2. On the 1 plate, on the pure, that's Stuart. Is that Stuart Little? It is. He didn't even recognise me yesterday when I was in Miss Civvies. Completely blanked me. Didn't recognise me at all. Couldn't believe it. Unbelievable. But Archibald took the win. Drew, Hassel, Baker, Zirek, Perks, O'Brien and Campbell in this one. Looks like your man there, Hassel on the Mongoose, leads this one out from Darren O'Brien. Then we got Stuart Campbell from Scotland in there in 3. Scotland, make some noise! Yeah, look at Campbell. He's gone from 3rd to 1st. Show your appreciation for Stuart Campbell. Wowzers. Here he is. He's another legend of the track. It says Michael Woof down here, but there's also a Michael Goff, and that's Michael Goff leading this one out, ladies and gentlemen. Steve Noble's in this one in about 4 or 5 at the moment, but Goffy leads this one out into the corner. Is that Musgrave? Hit 2. Wowzers. Musgrave's getting quick, but the rider from the south comes underneath him. That's Keith Brown. He's going to take the second place on the line. 55 and over cruisers. Madron, Pure Bicycles. He leads this one out. He's looking for the title today. And he's leading this one out. There's that Raymond Reed in second on the May. But oh, Raymond, what was that? Pull them bars up a bit, mate. Jesus. Gonna need a lawyer for that case. Blimey. Anyway, my teammate Madron takes the win. That was Stupple in third. Still doing it at 76 years old. I said I was going to behave, but I'm already 20 races in and I'm not behaving. I'll try and make it entertaining for you. Let's be honest. You know, Rich and Lewis, they're a bit boring, aren't they? So I'm only joking. I love these guys. The three amigos we called ourselves in Glasgow Worlds. Don't know who won that one. Somebody from the north. Conor Grant, maybe.
It was, actually.
Oh, it was Conor Grant. Oh, I guessed it and I got it right. And in second, Oliver and Finley Thomas, I think it was in second. Finley Thomas. Oh, we had a rider down on the start hill. I'll do another.
I'll do another 2 if you want to finish your team. Just keep going. Let me know when you're ready.
All right. I'm in my zone now. Yeah. I sound like I know what I'm...
Hello, Abby Taylor. How are you? You've changed your job, have you? Is that right? You've not got a job. You've just quit. Is that it? You're just going to live in your van now and eat pot noodles? No. Are you getting a job? She doesn't know. Yeah, photography's a job, but if you're looking for a personal trainer and you want to get hella strong, you're not anymore? Are you done? She'll do it anyway. She needs the money.
On that. All right, male 8-year-old, 141 on track. Warsgrove, Pritchard, Hatch, Ferrolick, is that? Blight, Lewis Field and Payne. Albie Blight from Absolute Bicycle Motocross looks good out in front. I think that could be him. The rider from the north, that's Arlo Payne, isn't it? In second. I see Arlo yesterday. And he's in second on the outside on the third straight. Arlo Payne is taking it over now. I'm sure that's Arlo Payne. It is Arlo Payne coming down in front of us on the Pure as he comes around that corner as the Absolute Buy sits in there. The South Rider, I'm not sure which one that is though. Atlas Lewis Field it is, of course it is, with the blonde hair, pushing hard to the finish line there and getting third. All right, look at these guys going at it, in and out of that corner. The male 8 years old Pleasance Ford and Kerr was Randall Bragg and Throws and Hale and Birdfield in that one. One rider was down on the first straightaway, but he's picked himself back up. Does this give us the results of their previous race? Oh, no. That's disappointing, isn't it? Oh, one rider slits his pedals here. Race number 143, Goodall, Taylor, Barnard, Hipkins, Bartolini, Fisher, Bishop and Wong in this one. But it's the two Midlands riders really going at it here. It's going to be Archie Fisher and Eli Hipkins, I guess. A 1 and 2 at the moment. A rider from the south coming on through. Bartolini from the Hawks. In there in 3, is it on the 5.5? Yes, it is. Milton Keynes rider. Is it East Anglia rider there on the 3? The 8.3 of Noah Bishop from Braintree. I beg your pardon. Moving on through. What a great race from these guys in race number 146. 147 on track. 147 on track. O'Brien, Campbell, Challenger, Mullins, Colwell, Frank and Hall in this one. We've lost a couple, have we? Oh, no, they're just a little bit further back. Okay, 13.3 at the front. That's going to be 13.3. I don't see that. Did I turn the page too early? Oh, is this a race that should have gone earlier? Did we have one missing earlier, guys? Because I've lost it. I've lost the plot. Watch out. Lewis, what's his name? Luke Littler's coming out on stage. Watch out. Yeah, East Anglia. Where are you, East Anglia? That's your rider out in front. Southwest doing it in there in 2. And another couple of East Anglia riders pushing through in 3 and 4. Oh, I thought one gone down. That's Hoffman, was that? No. I'm going to have to check the plates with... I'm not sure what race we're on. All right, riders ready. Watch the gate. I think this is race number... Wow, somebody's jumping the double, jumping into the triple, jumping out again, and he's on the inside. That's the 4 point... No, definitely haven't got the right race in front of me. 155. I don't know what's happened. I got it all wrong here. I'm having a mare. Anyways, 2 Southwest riders out in front. I mean, there is a couple in this one, so we'll check them out as they come past. I thought they ended in 4. It's the 01 that leads this one out. It's the British champion. 01. That's Henry Sullivan, of course. All right, okay, we're on race number 150. That was Henry Sullivan that took the win there in race number 150. Race number 150. Oh, this is a tune. This takes me back. Yeah, 151. Alrighty then. I'll be professional again. I just got a warning. That's my first warning, and you get 3 and you're out. Yellow card from Rich Eames. Yeah. I think this is race number 151 on it. 152 on track, is it? Oh dear, I've lost it. Peterborough Jack Thompson, I'm going to be looking for in this one, a 7.3. I was going so well, and it's all gone out the window. 11.3. Or are you just jumbling the motos because they're not coming around the track as it is on the sheet? There's no 11.3 in that one either.
Well, that's Ned Wills, I think, in 2. That's race 150. Henry Sullivan.
We're on race 150, Neil.
All right, apparently that's Henry Sullivan. It is, isn't it, because of the helmet. Yeah, Henry Sullivan leads this one out. Looking good on race number 150. Yeah, that's, there's your man there in 2 wheels from Pro Start, I think it is. Scottish rider in there in 3. That's Murray McKinnon from the Titans. Yeah, Scotland. Yeah, the Titans are here. You can always count on them for a big cheer. Now we're taking our attention to the race number 151. Alexis Vitols and Antek Perepny, that is my man. Antek Perepny got the world number 3, and it was well deserved. This kid has got the skills to pay the bills, and he's amazing. And he picked up the world 3, and it was well deserved. Race number 152 on track. Logan Collier, Byrne, Cairns, Ared, Thompson, Cairns. 2 Cairns in this one. Different spellings, but there's 2 Cairns. And Caleb Tewald from Peckham. And I think that's Tewald out in front. It is, isn't it? Yeah, it is. As the 5.2 comes on through. Josh Byrne from Decoy in there in 2. Then we've got one of the Cairns. William Cairns from Runnymede, and Salt Cairns from the COG team, the COG. Race 153 on track. Over to Richie, the professional.
I don't like Neil somehow. Can we swap mics? Because mine's not sounding particularly great. Can I swap? Let's swap. Right. Right, moving on. That's better. That sounds much better. I don't know what's happening with that other microphone, but we'll make it work. It's not a problem. We're just swapping for the time being. Race 154, Oscar Lee, Jake Havis, Ralph Fisher, Jensen Jessup, Alfie Thorne, Vinnie Hinton, Arthur Mason, and Elliot Hatch all in this one. 1.1, excuse me. Swallow the fly. Alfie Thorne leading it through the 2.2. In there in 3. That's going to be Elliot Hatch. Out of the southwest, being pursued by the rider from the south. Got a feeling that was Jensen Jessup. Oscar Lee in there as well. He's out of the Peckham Club. Race 155. Taroa, Bradshaw, Tramontano, Lewisfield, Schrader, Forest and Ryder Bays. 7.5 of Oakley Lewisfield out in front, followed by the 3.5 and a 1.3. Luca Tramontano and Oscar Ryder Bays. That is Moto 155, 156 on track. Lucas Fowle, William Arnold, Anna in a Marklew, Tom Giles out of the northeast on that 39.4. He's in there in 2. Albie Dodd, Aidan Baptiste, Jack Kitchen going through in 4th. Got Ethan Shaw out in front doing it for Midlands. Race 157, Kacharik, Kellum, Dan, Grocock, Donaldson, Staines, Upton and McKenna. McKenna pushing hard. Donaldson, I think, leading it out on that 13.2, doing it for the southwest. The 32.1. That's going to be Seth Kacharik. George Kellum on that 9.5, doing it for the south, and Nathan Dan also in there for the south region. Race 158, Ollie Bird, Jesse Rose, Sam Miles Turner, George Ludgate, Benjamin Tanzer, Jack Griggs and Jack Haynes. Manchester boys all in this one. Jesse Rose, Northeast BMX as well. The North duo under threat from the Midlands rider as they come down that final straight. Midlands finishing in 2. That would have been Benjamin Tanzer, I think. Possibly Jack Haynes. Jay James, Jack Belton, Oliver Salmon, Rory Smythe, Luca Chalk, Henry Keeble, and Hayden Kinsey. Jack Belton out in front. 18.5 in there in 2. Luca Chalk also doing it for the Southwest in Moto 159. Aston John Lee inside the top 4 in Moto 160. Elliot Worley in there as well. The 30.1 and the 1.4. Charlie Dowson, Tobias Groves leading it through. Jacob Dent battling for that 4th spot with Aston John Lee. Zachary Jones and Teddy Harradine in there as well. As we move to 161, Matthews, Edis, Dewis, Sulker, Randall, Budby and James Wright. Sulker stayed upright this time around, good for him. The 1.5 and the 8.5, Dewis and Hudson Edis going 1 and 2. It's the South 1, 2, 3. But the rider in 3 is under pressure, East Anglia. In there in that 5th spot, that might be Bradley Budby. William Matthews in the mix as well. Moto 162, Spencer Hanna, Ford Court, Els Carlos and Imra Kuman out of Peckham. Rex Ford's leading it out. Kuman's in there in that 4th spot, scrapping away with Marcus Els. They're battling for the 4th place. Moto 163, Sammy Stack, Ollie Riches, Murray Watson, Colwyn Jones, Arlo Steinmetz. Wilfred Souls in there as well. Steinmetz going through in 3. Shout out to Sean at Freerider Apparel. Finley Brown, Sam Snell, all in there as well. In Moto 163, 164, Dowling, Southpart, Warner, Jones, Tiffany, Skinner, Grandins and Kylan Gordon. It is Kylan out in front. He's in there in 1, Clayton Southart. In there in about 6th spot, the 3.3. That belongs to Miles Skinner. He is under pressure from the South boys. They are on him like a Cocker Spaniel on an abandoned kebab as they go to the line. Southart got to take that 3rd position. Race 165. Ernie Cotton, De Cesaris, Jacob Squires, Jace Hill, Connor Hempill, Jack White, Arthur Clayton, Isaac Moore and Seth Ritchie are the 11-year-old boys in 165, 166 heading down that 2nd straight. Josiah Berg, Joseph McAvoy, Leo Bradley, Preston Newmarsh Powell. He won't be far away from the front. Edward Cordery in there as well. That's Edward in there in 2. Chasing down Preston Newmarsh Powell. McAvoy in there in 3. With the 5.2 of Leo Bradley. Rounding out the top 4, the 20.5 is Henry Pearson. Race 167, Simpson, Mooney, Mather, Coates, Turner, Thorne and Bowater. That is Ronnie Mather out in front on the 4.4. Good to see Ronnie in the mix. Feels like ages since I've seen him. The 3.1. That is Albert Turner. Battling to hang on to that 3rd spot. Scrapping away with Joshua Coates to the line. Race 168, Malkin, Dayton, Hewitt, Grant, Jones, Worrell and Salah. 12.1. Hugo Dayton out in front. North Region in there in 2. That's going to be Sebastian Hewitt, I think. Alfie Jones doing it for Cardiff on that 14.2. As we move to Moto 169, McLaren, Swales, Hewitt to Walday, Lane, Woods and Matt Finley. It is the E8s. Ronnie, the Landshot Woods, leading it in and out of the turn. What a 4 weeks he had between the Euros and the Worlds. Taking an E8 and then breaking his toe the day before he raced in Copenhagen. Moto 170, Bogomolov on the 17.4, doing it for the Brunty Massive. And the North Region, Proctor, Parr, Rob, Diaz, Grim Distin and Shearing. Bogomolov in there in that 2nd spot. Chasing down the rider from the south. He's sandwiched by those South riders.
Harry Distin in that fourth spot, is it, or third? In Moto 170, 171, Moses Dennis Essel, Lucas Lorry, Louis Friends, Zach Everly on the 12.1, he's in there in 2. Battling away, Kieran Brownson, Harry Swales, Ronnie Payne, and Max Livingston. Erjan Haizeni in Moto 172, more 12-year-old boys. Dunn, Littlewood, O'Lone, Tugun, Lillingston, Waterhouse and Bishop. Poppy getting involved, fighting it out with the boys. And on the 11.3, she's out in front, showing them the way to go. Logan Waterhouse in there in 2. Declan O'Lone getting involved as well.
I'll go on at 177.
Parsons, Sykes, Allen, Sands, Heaver, Richie, Skipper, and Galitis. These are your 12-year-old boys. Zach Parsons doing it for East Anglia. Looking like he's in about 5th spot at the moment. Bram Heaver in there as well. It is the 3.5. We are one in front, sorry. Charlie Cotton and Zach Hamill were crossing the line there. This is 174. Oh, hang on. Gaffer's here. What's happening? Cruiser Bruisers in the pens, please. Cruiser Bruisers. If you're handing out instructions, Ria, you are the gaffer. So, Cruiser Bruisers, can we have you round to the pens for round 3 of Motos, please? As we move on. Is that Leo Rowlands? I think it is. Out in front. Mason Barnard in there as well. Sam Knight, Dawson Scott. Emil Challenger. In there in 2, chasing down Leo Rowlands. Leo on your W3. Did a great job out in Copenhagen. 176. Albert Aliedzans, Oscar Ridley. Archer Crocker White, Charles Gordon, Joe Rook, Lewis Hughes and Isaac Lasender Smith. Sam's watching back at home in Preston. No cake for us up at commentary this weekend. Sad face. So Isaac's going to make up for that by getting the top 3, is he? Oh no, he sent it over the tabletop and gave it up for 4th. Race 177. Got 1 rider down, 2 riders. Liam Wade. Got a feeling that might have been Oliver Taylor as well. That's all right, 177, Neil. Do you want to swap banks again?
Well, that'll be 178.
Is it? All right.
I'm all right. I think he's fixed it for me, yeah. I don't mind. That sounds all right.
That's
Mine's
all right.
a little bit muffled because I'm wearing an anti, keep my mouth, muffler. Yeah.
A wind muff.
Yeah, what? Wind muff?
Yeah.
What are they called?
I've not. Windshield.
Windshield. No, mic muff, innit? Mic muff. That don't sound right, does it? Mic muff.
Oh, good Lord.
Oh, Mike Flag, maybe. Yeah.
No.
Oh, no, that's the thing that goes around the... Yeah, I've got one of them as well. All right, race number 178 on track. Ishan Rathor, Mundell, Buttery, Devine, Ford, Carter and Doe. That's going to be Jack Devine, I think, leading this one out on the Supercross. No, it's not. It's a guy on a... Yeah, it is a Jack Devine. He rides for sorted race gear, but he's on a mate, though, just to confuse me. He's up there. He's leading this one out. Jack Devine, always at the front of the pack, looking good. Who's that in there in 2? It's going to be the rider from East Anglia on the Pure, the 2.3 of Noah Ford. Noah Ford in there with the rider from the southwest coming on through there. That's going to be Harrison Doe from Reactive in the 3. 179 on track. Cody Hughes, Archie Bell's probably going to be out there in front. Finley Shaw, Bibby, I think, could be the man out front. The W6. He loves a world final, doesn't he, James Bibby? Good to see him out there. The 32.4 it was of Archie Bell in there in 2 with the South rider coming on through. And the rider from Scotland putting in a great performance. That's Callum Keane. On to the ladies. Female, 10 years old. Race number 180 on track. Geddes, Webb, Henderson, Cattell, Powell, Wally and Morgan. Who's out in front? It's a rider from the north, from Preston maybe. It's going to be the European number 8 with Eliza Powell. Eliza Powell looking good. The tall rider from the south in there in 2. Could be Holly Webb, I think. And Amber Cattell from Cyclopark racing the British Championships. Female 10s, they're from up north. They don't understand the weather down here. Roxy Rowlands from Bruntwood. Looking good. But it is the 1.4 of Florence Dyson that leads this one out. Roxy Rowlands in there in about 4 or 5 at the moment. Moving on through is Emma Dean as well from the Hot Shot crew and the South, but look good from the start there for Florence Dyson. Okay, Carla Cross, race number 182. Hayley Gordon, Bishop, Holly Bishop here is the world number 8, leads this one out from the 9.4 of Molly Tomlinson from Allen's BMX. Allen's BMX still supporting the sport here, but please do go check out our trade area behind the first and last turns here. Just around the back, there's food, there's beer, there's the presentation stage, and that we'll be doing the National Series presentation later on today and tomorrow. For the riders, top 8, and of course our British finalists as well from racing today. So if your age group is racing today, your national presentation will be this evening. And if you're racing tomorrow, your national presentation will be tomorrow if you're inside that top 8 and you can get up on the stage. And I'll wear the Union Jack tracksuit just for all you fans out there. I know you love it. The fans in the stand. South Rider looking good. Don't know what race it is, but, you know, I did a bit of impromptu advertising in between. The professional that I am. The Southwest Rider leads this one out, though. It could be Elsie Blight, is it, from Absolute? I'm not sure. I might have missed a couple of races. Could be... I'm going to have to check the number plate. That's probably the easiest thing to do, isn't it? Nice bike, though. Stay strong. 7.2. I was right, Elsie Blight. Oh, I guessed it and I was right. That's amazing. I love it when that happens. Midlands rider in there in 2. Sarah Pritchard, I think it was, from the Evolve Racing team. And Paige Cathcart Cunnison from Runnymede in there in 3. Female 12 years old, Mara McCarran, Poppy May Kirby. And that's your lady there, Brooke Fast Fawcett, we call her, don't we? Is that right? Yeah. Freya Harris in there as well from the MK crew. She picked up the world number 7. And I know Brooke would have surely been in that final, but I think she slipped out in one of the qualifiers. She's normally got a W plate on her bike, so she'll be back next year in Australia, I'm sure. The Pocket Rockets, the male 6 and unders, Crudo Estevez, Taylor Dowsing, Barnard, Garnet, Sparrowhawk, and Gray in this one. Looks like the rider from the north leads this one out. That's Alejandro Crudo Estevez from Bromwood. The southwest rider in there in 2. Coming on through is going to be Parker Gray. Gray's in there with a rider from the south, Sparrowhawk, and Garnet in the mix in race number 187. Race number 188, Anderson, Hawker, Rossell, Schrader, Longley, Buck and Arendt from Hackney. And it's the East Anglian rider that leads this one out on the 3.3 is that. Sydney Schrader. And 8.5 in there in 2, Leo Hawker from the TNT Club. And they have done a wonderful job here, the TNT Club and Cyclopark, to put on this great event, the British BMX Championships 2025. 189 on track, May White, Brocky Cox, is that Dight? Jensen Dight, now I recognise him. And Milo, is it? Fox Bond and Albie Ho. Or Howe, sorry, Howe. Okay, the 1.2 of Jensen Dyke leads this one out from Burnham. I would expect to see him up there. And his regional number 2, Albie Howe from Cardiff, in there in second. Then we got the rider from Milton. Well, I thought that was an East Anglia shirt, but I don't see an East Anglia shirt there. Anyway, Aston, Turner, Bramford, Burr, Dempsey, Mitchellmore and Thompson in this one. 6 riders on track, though, so 1 rider is missing. You've got the 3.4 and the 3.2 of Freddie Mitchellmore and Patrick Dempsey. And then another North rider, Finley Thompson. And Joshua Aston in the mix with a box of tricks. Race 191 on track. Shepherd, Shearing, Fountain, Barron. Another Brocky Cox here from Hackney, Byrne and Ryder Bays. A lot of double barrel names in this one. 11.2 of Jack Byrne, 1.4 of Luke Barron. So Byrne and Barron, 1 and 2. Then we see East Anglia in there, Teddy Fountain. In there with another rider, Milo Ryder Bays, in there in 4. Race number 192, the females 6 and unders, Opal Jones, Billy Sawyer, Steele, Ford, Kerr and Thoreaus from Hawks. It's very, very close. Going to be Noah Kerr, Retro Racing, I think, leading this one out. Look at those little bars on her bike. Oh, it's great to see. And the East Anglia rider coming on through in 2 is going to be Evie Steele. She had a win, I think, in her first one. Was going really well. It could be Penny Ford, I beg your pardon. Peony Ford, is that? But look good there for Noah Kerr. All right, more female 6 and unders on track. Race number 193. Alice Laurie from the Mid-Lancs leading this one out. Where are you, Mid-Lancs? Are you all together today, Mid-Lancs? Where are they? Down the last straight? Yeah. Mid-Lancs. Is that you, Rich, is it? Yeah. Is that Mid-Lancs basically Coppell, yeah? Yeah, nice. So Alice Laurie leading this one out. Who's that there in 2 on the 2.5, is it? Or the 5.5? 4.5. Lenny Goddard. Goddard is there. 1 rider down in the last straightaway. Oh, it's the rider behind Sinner as Molly Cairns comes through from Runnymede, and Adeline Wilson will be there. So it could be is that Phoebe Court possibly coming down the last straightaway. So it will be Adeline Wilson that just picking herself back up off the floor.
One more, Rich, yeah?
194 on track. Arthur Kinge from the NRT crew leading this one out on the 2.5. We got the 4.5 of Eddie Brown on the inside. 2 Gosport riders and the East Anglia rider Oliver. Is that no? That's Fader Williams behind. So it's going to be the other one. It's going to be the guy from Norwich, Sandis Aons. He's in there in 4. Race number 195 on the start hill.
Yep. Not long till we go to round 3 of motos. Make sure all our cruiser guys are in place. I'm sure they are, talking about their various aches and pains.
Race 195, riders taking to the skies in the 7-year-olds. Look at these two guys go. It's the 01 of Oliver Bridle, and I've got a feeling it might be the 1.5 of Josie Fields. Literally flying in formation down that first straight. We've got Noah Taylor, Izana Grant, Jack Orpen in there, Arthur Tranter, Shelby Yates and Harry Taylor. Moto number 195. Check these guys out. Absolutely flying. Shelby's in there in 3. Oliver in 1. Joseph in 2. Harry Taylor's inside the top 4. Getting busy in the 7-year-olds. Moto 196. Henry Dodd out of Midlands having a better lap this time around. He's in there in 2. Rafe Edmonds, Tommy Hinton, Archie George, Killian Brown, Eviatar Dagan, Everell Barry, and John Joe Blundell. And it is the 3.5. John Joe Blundell in there in 1. Henry's going well in 2. Midlands rider going through in 3. That will be Rafe Edmonds. As I watch Charlie Bromelo out of the north leading out 197. Jack Bradley, Ronnie Hill, Charlie Thorne, Ionis Chalkos, Louis Stota and Louis Austin all in there. Charlie Bromelo out in front though, being chased by a posse of riders from the southwest. The 2.2 and the 4.2. Ronnie Hill and Jack Bradley. Louis Austin in there in 4. Moto 198, Douglas, Foster, Childs, French, Allett, Barker and Cactins. Benji Ross Foster doing it for the North region. Watch this young man battle away over the last few weeks at the Midlands Club Series with Henry Dodds. Some great racing there. Love a bit of club racing. Alexander French doing it for the South. He's in there in 2. Rex Childs on that 6.3 just passing us. But pushing hard and doing a great job. Moto 199. Slater, Merrin, White, Tomlinson, Smith, Hatfield and Jackson Gregory. It is Tomlinson battling away with the 1.4 of Harrison Slater. One rider down in the middle of the straight. Simon Colt doing an amazing impersonation of a goldfish. As we move on to race 200. You didn't hear that. Esme Anderson, Sophia Rees. My mate Hattie McGoldrick in this one. Ada Warner, Kenzie Cheek, Sophie Sturman and Molly Steele. The South are out in front. Esme Anderson. Big hats. She's in there in 3. Chasing down the 4.4 of Sophia. 2.5, that's Sophia Sturman. The 3.5 is Ada Warner and the 1.3 is Molly Steele. Hattie's going to pick up a top 3. Good job, Hattie. Well done. As we move on to 201. We've had some keys handed in. Let's have a look. That looks like somebody's house key. And it's on a wasted keychain, so it's very, very recognisable. In fact, that looks like a caravan key of some description. So if you've lost a set of keys, looks like a caravan key and a backdoor key on there, and the keychain says wasted on it. Clearly, you're looking forward to Sunday's party. Those keys are up here with us at commentary. So if you've lost some keys on a wasted keychain, come and see us. You can have them back. As we move on, ladies are on track. Moto 203 heading down the final straight, 204. On at the moment, Panonica out of East Anglia's in this one. Lauren Snell, Madison Stupple, Maisie Dyson. Birthday girl Autumn Moore in this. She's turning 9. We'll shout her out again, why not? Happy birthday, Autumn. Poppy Weatherly in there as well. From TV Vegas.
As we move on to 205, Phoebe Miller, Megan Keller, Tessa Johnson, Ella Grant, and Alice Barron. Look at the girls go. Alice Barron in there in 2, doing it for the north, pushing down the inside, battling with Lauren Snell. Is it 2.4? No, it's Maisie Dyson. And one moto in front yet again. Typical. I was never one moto in front when I was racing, that's for sure. They were the days when me and Neil used to race each other back in the day. Yeah, we did. Absolutely. 25 plus on the 20-inch. That's how long ago that was.
Yeah, I got national number 2. Rich was like outside the top 10.
Hey, I made a Brits final 2001 at Ipswich.
Did you?
Yeah, crashed on the first jump. Didn't even get to the first corner.
He weren't born.
He wasn't born.
Tyrese weren't even born. He don't even know what we're talking about. Write it down on the first straight.
Not sure who that is, but we hope they're okay. I think we're looking at Maisie Egan out in front. Yes, we are. Maisie in there he wants. So we've got one more moto left in round 2. For I'll hand you on to Lewis for round 3. The 3.5 is Rachel Pritchard doing it for the Hawks. Shout out Scott Dick. We know he's watching back at home in his retirement hideaway. It's an East Anglia rider who hit the deck. So I think that was Isla Milne. Let's hope Isla's okay. Used to race her dad as well, Ian, back in the mid-90s. What's that? My God. 2001? I think so, yeah. Yeah. Right, let's hope Isla's okay. One more moto left in round 2. The 11-year-old girl sat up on the gates. Brotherton, Monforte, Holmes Row, Wills Too Good, and Grace Hudak. I can't believe you're cold, Lewis. Yeah, let's get Lewis a Bovril and a blanket. He's cold. Right, don't forget our traders down in the trader village. We do have a list of them. We'll shout them out in a minute. Let's get this motor out of the way first. All right, last moto of round 2. Brotherton, Monforte, Holmes Row, Wills Too Good, and Hudak. Here we go. And it is Betty Wills and Grace Hudak heading into the turn. Erin Too Good's in there as well. The North region, that's Amelia Rowe in there in that 3rd spot. On the 1.4, doing it for the North, that'll be Radford. Betty Wills, the rider out front and in control, though, being chased down by the 1.3. I've got a feeling that's Erin Holmes. Oh, no, it's the E4. Grace Hudak, sorry.
Grace in there in 2, so it's Betty, Grace, Amelia. That is your 1, 2, 3. That wraps up round 2 of motos. We're going to move on to round 3. Let's just give you a full list of our traders. Lewis, let me give you that. Okay, our traders are Green Machine, Salted Race Gear, Pure Bicycles, B73, Crucial BMX, Waco, Enfuse Sports Nutrition, DC Cycles, Burbones BMX, the Ice Cream Van, the Pizza Van, the Deli Van, and Iron Pier Brewery. All those lovely people are down in our trade area, behind the first and last turns. Just walk down the steps. Go and see them, put a few quid in the BMX till. You can order your kids' British BMX Championships t-shirts from Dave at B73. Those are on sale this weekend. Your official merchandise for the event. So go and hit up our traders, see what they've got, buy yourself some goodies, and help the BMX economy keep rolling. We'd be very grateful.
We are a go with the third set of motos, ladies and gents, and 9 to 12-year-old cruisers are charging for turn number 1. The south on the inside, got to be Harry Swales, doing it for Gospel BMX. He's going to lead this one through. Swales out of the south, then going 1 and 2 with the rider out of the southwest. Got to be Arlo Steinmetz, doing it for Burnham BMX on the 10.2. Another couple of riders out of the southwest in this one. Leo Bradley's one of them, and Oscar Ridley is in this as well. That looks like East Anglia in there in 4. Bringing it on round is the 2.3 of Thomas Barnard. He's currently chasing down the 1.2 of Leo Bradley, who sits in that 3 spot. Last straight action, and Swales going to pick up the race win, going 1 and 2 with Steinmetz across the line. Race 2:10 hits the track. Looks like we have got the south leading this one through. Ozin King did it for Team Mind. In and out of that second corner, going 1 and 2 with the southwest. Looks like that could be Taylor Hoare, I think it is, out of DC Cycles, doing it on the 2.2. He's being chased down though by the rider out of the north. That is the 5.4. A Ronnie Warwork out of Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. That's your front 3 riders then as they bring it down the final straight. Looks like we've got the 6.2 of Alfie Jones rounding out the top 4. The north on track, got to be Charlie Cotton leading this one through, in and out of that second turn on the 2.4 plate. Who's in there with him? Looks like his compatriot out of the north on the 3.4 is in there inside the top 3. That is Charlie Labras. Where is the European number 7? He's in there inside the top 4 at the moment. That is Jack Swales out of the south. Looks like another rider out of the south is going to pick up that. One rider exits left. That was Holly Bishop, I think. Just about manages to stop herself from hitting the fence. Let's hope that she's okay. As race 212 hits the track, Leo Rowlands, world number 3 on his 20-inch bike. He's repping the 24-inch wheels, waging war on his 24. In and out of that second turn, he's going 1 and 2 with the rider out of the south. That is Max Livingston, the European number 6. That's your front 2 riders in and out of the final turn, the 5.2. In there in 3, that's Freddie Walsh out of Tiverton. The Midlands in there as well. That is Kieran Brownson out of Doncaster BMX. Don't forget, of course, busy weekend next weekend for Cardiff BMX. Got the Southwest Champs on Saturday, and the Welsh Open is on Sunday. So if you are looking for a BMX-filled weekend next week, make sure you head yourself over to Cardiff for the weekend. The Welsh Open is open to all riders, no matter what region you're from. So if you want to get involved and ride the new track over at Cardiff, it's had a couple of changes made by the sounds of things. So if you want to get involved, make sure you are over there next weekend. Back to the race, and then race 213 on track. 13 to 14-year-old cruisers. Newton Hindley chasing down the 7.3. That is Zach Childs. He's leading this one out. East Anglia got about 5 riders in this one. And it is Zach Childs picking up the moto win. World number 3 on track. Rab racing in the north. It's got to be Little Cotty leading this one through. He's going 1 and 2 with the W6 of Robin Matter and Alonso to the 2 world finalists from a few weeks ago in Copenhagen. Leading out this moto at the moment out of the north and the south. Running away with it down the final straight, going 2 and 1. That's how they're going to take it across the line. Who's going to pick up the 3 spot as they bring it down to the stripe? Looks like that might have been the rider out of the southwest. That was Bruce Anthony. Race 215 hits the track. McKenna, Harding, Millington, Cooper, Dean, Wood and Knowles. Rider out of the East Anglian crew leading this one through. Ben Millington, Hot Shot Racing. He's going 1 and 2 with the 3.1 plate of Sam Wood. GY95 in the Midlands. The North got a couple of riders in this one, picking up 3 and 4 as they bring it down to the wire. That was Xavier Fox Cooper and Jake McKenna. Race 216 on track, more 13 to 14-year-old cruiser action heading in towards that second turn. Logan Young leads it out for the south. He's going 1 and 2 with the rider out of the north. Looks like that could be Freddie Warwork doing it for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. It is Freddie on the 4.4 plate. He's being chased down by the 5.3 of Blake Allison doing it for 0-1 Racing. Looks like we lost one rider on the exit of the final turn. That was Hunter van der Malion. Managed to just about keep himself upright as he crosses the line in about 6th. 15-16 cruisers now on track. The South leading this one out. That is Stanley Palmer. The 5.2 in there in that 2 spot. That is Joe Penton-Voke. Under all sorts of pressure on the exit of that final turn, though. That looks like Jack Walford. Walford's going to go from 3 to 2 in behind Palmer across the line. East Anglia on track in race 218. That looks like John O'Haradine. No longer riding for all the single ladies out there. A taken man, so I'm informed. And he's leading this one out into the final turn. He's going 1 or 2 with the 10.5 of Zachary Tia. Bringing it down the final straight. That's how them 2 guys are going to round it out. Logan Widdowson aboard his 24-inch bike. He's going to pick up the 3 spot on the line. Race 219, more 15, 16-year-old cruiser action. Sean Brown looks as smooth as you like this weekend on this track. Went out to Latvia and Copenhagen. Put in a great shift at both venues. So well done to Sean. He's absolutely flying today. Going 1 or 2 with the 1.6 of Cooper McCrum. Out of the Scottish Massive. Where are you, Scotland? They're over on that last turn. There's still a few beers short of being the loudest region so far today. 17, 29-year-old women's cruiser hits the track. That looks like it could be Olivia Firth out of the north on the 2.4 plate. Oh, the move's been made though. In turn number 2, looked like that was Molly Nice on the 1.3. It was Nice, so she leads the race. Then from Firth in there in 2, that's the 1.2 in there inside the top 3. Jamie Elwood out of Bristol Jets BMX, along with the 2.5 plate in there in 4, bringing it down to the wire. That was Hannah Hedges out of the south.
Yeah, it's me again. I'm back. Guess who's back? Neil is back. Yeah, 17-29 cruisers. Race 2-2 on the track. Oh, the North rider there, Hannah Drew, mixing up. And it's our good friend there from Scotland, Ailey Watson, I think it is. I always get told off when I get her name wrong. And Ailey Watson took the win in that one. Doing it for Scotland. BMX Widow Photography as well. In this one, Lily Chizawa, the European number 2, ladies and gentlemen, leading this one out on the Maybo. Lewis has been coaching her for many years. I'm joking. Oh, okay, yeah, he's taking a back seat now. He doesn't do the coaching. And it looks like Mario in there in... no, sorry, I beg your pardon. Cadman Carpenter in there in 2. It was Cadman Carpenter who got a world number 7. Yeah, still coaching Tyrese. Helping him get that world number 4. The 4.3 leads this one out. And that is Joshua Cates, of course it is. Where's Max Good? Oh, he's back there at the back of the pack there. And Arnie Esselmont in the mix with a box of tricks. Thomas Miller, Mowat, Kyle Hill, Wiggins, Moss, Fitzsimmons, Roberts, and all in this one. Oh, rider down in the second turn there. Looked a bit harsh, but the 2.3 leads this one out. Thomas Miller from the Moto 1 BMX race team, and Braintree, Jack Mowat in there with Wiggins, Moss and Fitzsimmons in the mix. Carl Hill just cruising around at the back. But he's going to come back next year, fitter and stronger. He's promised me he's going to be fitter and stronger. Gives me a fun. I didn't even think he could hear me down there, but obviously he can. He's a good lad. He does a lot of good stuff with our team at Pure, but he does a lot of good stuff. He's on the committee now at Norwich BMX Club as well. Carl Hill is really taking into his father's footsteps, if you like, on the BMX scene. Maybe not quite the same results, but he's getting there. He's a good lad. I remember that first time he won a national on Cruiser. I was there. Yeah. Oh, here we go. Shall I do the rap? Here we go. What's what with two tops off? Everybody's gonna have a ball. We're gonna freak you here, freak you there, freak you out of this atmosphere. Drop the bomb to the people on the side. People on the side wanna take a ride. Everybody in the house say yeah. Say hell yeah. Oh, we'll do that again in a minute when you're ready, when you're warmed up. Maybe tomorrow, by the sounds of you. Jesus. It's the British champs, for Christ's sake. Come on. Get in with it, the programme.
Shall we see which regions are awake?
Yeah, go on, quickly.
Let's give it a whirl. Right, who we got? Who's going to hear us first, actually?
Midlands. Where are the Midlands?
Yeah, where are the Midlands? We'll count down from 3. Give us a big old cheer. Are you ready, Midlands? 3, 2, 1. Low in numbers by the sounds of it. Low in numbers this weekend.
Where's that Essex lot? Where's the East Anglia lot? Where's East Anglia? Make some noise!
Yeah,
hello, they're warming up. They're getting themselves. Don't forget, there's the best region trophy up for grabs on the presentation tomorrow night. So make sure you're getting involved. Who else we got, Lewis?
Let's. Shall we hear some noise from the north? 3, 2, 1. North, where are you? No, they still need a few more pies to get
I think
going,
they're still up north by the sound of them. What about the South region? Where's the South? Make some noise, South region! Yeah, there they are. Oh, hang on, we forgot Scotland! Fair play to Scotland, smallest region, loudest voice.
There's another one. There is another one.
Yeah, of course there is. Oh, yeah, there's one more.
Let's make some noise, Southwest! Yeah, they're awake as well.
Yeah, they're awake. So I think at the moment, the Southwest and Scotland were the loudest. Now, it's not about being the loudest, but there is a trophy up for grabs. Best supported region. We'll announce that tomorrow night. And it is judged by the commentators. So, every year. What do you mean, is it? Every year I come to you and Rich and I say, right, who's the best supported region? And then you go, and then we just make it up.
No, you must have forgotten me last year. You must have forgotten to ask me.
No, we do. We ask you every single year. Or maybe I text just Rich, because he's the important one. I don't know. I ask Rich. Even he goes, I'm not sure, Neil. The North, yeah, he always wants to be the North. But yeah, I can't remember who won it last year. We'll have to dig out the results. Here we go. Good. There's racing going on. I bet we should commentate on it, really. I haven't even turned my page. That is an East Anglia rider out in front. Who's that? Is it Charlie Roy? He didn't ride for East Anglia. He rides for the South. It's going to be the guy from Braintree, isn't it? Charlie Roy. I thought he rode for the South. I got that wrong, isn't it? That's O'Brien in it in second. Yeah, Rocky O'Brien. And then Zach Green. Yeah, 227, that was. So 30-plus female cruisers. We got British champions and ex-British champions in this one. We've got Leah Pearson. She's been a British champion before. And then we got Anita Wong in this one as well. Rebecca Gull and Sarah Jane Nichols, though, battling it out down that last straightaway. SJ at the front of the pack with that W3 plate. Who's that in third? Is that Nicholas? No, it's not, is it? Anita Wong in third. Sorry, I didn't recognise it. Yeah, of course you can.
Just to let you all know, ladies and gents, after the quarterfinals are done during today's racing, we are going to do the European and World's finalist parade. So after quarterfinals today, we are going to do the parade for the European and the World's finalists. So if you know of any riders that aren't around the track today that should be for that parade, make sure you get them here, please. And if you are not in today's racing but you're here, make sure you stick around for the European and World's finalist parade after the quarterfinals. Thank you.
Well done, Lewis. You the man. You the man. You the man. Race 231, I think it is. Oh, riders down. That is your man, Dan Popel. It's race 230 on the track. Popel leads this one out. Who's that there in second then? Didn't recognise him. Mitchell Smith, maybe. James Wilson was in the mix. The rest of them have picked themselves up, but they're going to get lapped. Oh, we love it when somebody gets lapped. Oh, don't get lapped. Come on, boys. Get the pedals going. No one wants to be lapped. The number 7.1 of... that was Dale Scott. Oh, he's got lapped. He's got lapped. Never mind. Nathan Abbott was in that on. He looks like he took the win. Everyone needs a bosom. Everyone. I love this tune. It's quality, isn't it? Who's that jumping in second? I'm going to have to name check him from East Anglia. Olmog. Chris. Yeah. Christopher Miller. No. I don't know who that was. Is it? 7.1. Dylan Dixon. Well, have they gone on 4 races then or something? Oh, Dylan Dixon, there he is. Yeah, I see him. All right, yeah. I licked the microphone then instead of my finger to turn the paper. That's disgusting. Right, okay, race number 233. Carl Fancini, Odling, Alison Walsh, Whittaker, and Darley Gabarazicki. But it's the rider from the south out in front. I'm not sure who that is. It's going to be, well, it has to be Carl Fancini. I haven't done any regionals this year. That's why I'm sat up here. So I'm missing out on the South Riders. I don't recognise half of them. Rob Harries, Michael Parks, Rojas. I don't know. It's from Peckham anyway. Ian Smythe, Coltman Lewis, Burner. Mario Burno, that is, isn't it, with Rojas 1 and 2. Yeah, Rojas leads this one out from Burno. In there in second. Oh, there's some sketchy stuff going on down that first straight. Oh, my Lord. Smith in this one with Fraser Watson, your world number 6. I thought he was going to battle it out with Barnell for the world title. They were battling all year, all day long out in Copenhagen, but they both got a W plate. Fraser Watson got the W6, and he's leading this one out. A couple of riders from the south in the next one, jumping their way through. Boudet and Boudet. Oh, it's the two brothers. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers on track. Adams up the inside, Zoltan's going around the outside. Now he's Zoltan teasing his brother here, a bit like Mark Marquez and Alex Marquez. Is he going to make that pass down the last straight like Marquez's would in MotoGP? If you watch that sort of stuff, you'll know what I'm going on about. If you don't, you won't have a frigging clue. I said frigging then, I didn't say anything else, just so you know. Okay, race number 238 in this. I've got my old mate Darren Clark in this one, have I? Was he in the one before that? No, he should be in this one. They've got on a race. No, that's Matt Barnard, I beg your pardon. It's Barnard and Marco, 1 and 2. In there in 3. I'm not sure who that is, the guy from the 4th. El Kindi, I think it could be, in the mix there. Kev Mirren also doing well in that one. Anthony Labras it was up there. Here we can see this guy's got a clear lead, so I reckon that's Alan Hill. Look at him come down this straight. Lovely and smooth. Look, it's just completely effortless. Everyone's so jealous. Stuart Little in there. Is that Jules Allen in 3rd? Wow. Look at Jules go in the last straightaway. Good old Julian Allen still out there doing it for the flat pedal militia. Yeah. 239. Is that you? Oh, you carry on then.
50 to 54-year-old cruisers on track. Race 239. Daz O'Brien leads them out. Check out the Scottish Massive queuing up behind him. Looks like it could be Brett Archibald, Stuart Campbell. They're going to go through in 2 and 3 as O'Brien picks up the race win. Race 240 on track. Mooney, Bunyan, Graham, Baker, Stanley, Stevenson and Elliott. Looks like it is the EA crew leading this one out on the 7.3, I think that is. Kevin Mooney. Braintree Bullets got a couple of riders in this one, Mooney and Bunyan. It is out front though with the 9.5 making his move. Dominic Elliott, Brixton BMX, he's going to be your new race leader on the exit of turn number 3. Going 1 and 2 with Joe Bunyan heading down the final straight. That's how them two guys are going to wrap this one up. Race 241 led away by Ian Archibald, doing it for the Centurions and the Scottish Massive. He's going 1 and 2 into that second turn with Stephen Hassel out of the south. So it is Scotland and the south. Your front 2 spots at the moment. Check out the riders out of the north getting busy. That looks like the 4.4 working its way in. Gaz Carver out of MCR. He's currently going 3 and 4 with his compatriot out of the north. That's got to be Chorkos, I think it is. Yes, it is. Christos Chorkos going to pick up the 4th spots. 55 plus cruisers on track. Check out Billy Stupple. He's on the inside doing it for Gosport National Race Team. Who's in there with him? Check out the other rider from the south getting busy. That's Keith Brown. So the south are going 1 and 3 at the moment. Who's splitting them up? It's got to be the northerner in the middle of the two southerners on the 3.4 plate. That is David Knowles. So it is south, north, south, 1, 2, 3. The Midlands in there as well. Looks like that could be Jonathan Charlesworth rounding out the top 4 spots. Needham's in there in about 6. Big Mick Goff on track, your British champ from last year, looking to retain that 0-1 later on today in the 55 plus cruiser, guys. He's going 1 and 2 with Chris Madron, doing it for Pure Bikes in the north. Who's in there in 3? Check out the Scotsman working his way in. That is the 1.6. Raymond the McRock Reed. Reed then picks up the lead in the race. He's going to take it right the way down to the wire. Madron, Goff 2 and 3. Race 244, the 8-year-old boys hit the track. These guys are flying through the second straight. The north leads this one out. Looks like Connor Grant doing it for Bruntwood Park National Race Team. Who's that there with him? Looking like the rider out of the southwest. Albie Bright on the 10.2 plate. Doing it for Absolute and Bidford. That's your front. Oh! It all got busy down the third straight. The 6.1 got it all wrong. Theo Spalding just about managed to stay upright, and it was Theo Harries that was the unfortunate recipient.
You just did that then? When you did that, just spot something. I've got salt and vinegar in my arm. Oh yeah, the flavouring. Oh.
Just struggling to see, sorry about that. Race 245, that is. Not quite. That was Roman Birdfield in that one, in that 2 spot. Race 246 hits the track. 8-year-old boys are a go. Who's the rider out of the outside? Check out. Oh, it got busy into turn number 1. They were 3 abreast. 3 don't go into 1. So it is going to be the rider out of the southwest leading this one out.
I'm just saying how good you were.
Charlie Crossley, it is Crossley out in front. Walsgrove in there in 2. That's going to be your British champ in there in 3. Joseph Clayton chasing down Walsgrove as you bring it towards the final turn. Crossley though looking to check out from the rest of the pack. The 4.5 of Atlas Lewisfield rounds out the top 4. He's currently going through in 4 and 5 with the 14.5 of Lewin at France Brotherton. But the race winner got to be Charlie Crossley as Clayton picks up the 2 spot and shuffles Walsgrove back to 3. Race 247 on track in and out of turn number 2. The south leading this one out got to be Rudy Pleasance-Ford. Looks like the north is in there in that 2 spot, battling away with a rider out of the Midlands. That's the 8.1 plate trying to get involved up the inside. Eli Hipkins. That's never. Is that Lewis Hipkins' brother? Well, that's thrown me off. I did not know that. I didn't know he had a younger brother. Oh, okay. Lewis Hipkins' brother in that one, Eli Hipkins. Next up, race 248. The 1.1, Archie Fisher leading this one out. Right, I'll stop talking now. I'll carry on. Logan Aceto on track. Gets it all a little bit wrong through the third straight. Manages to just about stick it up right and hold on to the race lead. The 3.2 of Oliver Pritchard out of Cardiff BMX. Looked for a way round but didn't quite find it, so he's going to have to settle for the 2 spot as Logan Aceto picks up the race win. Race 250 on track. 8-year-old boys, these guys are battling it out all day long, heading into that second turn. Looks like we've got a rider out of the East Anglian crew. Jonah Taylor, 01 Racing leads this one out. Who's the rider out of the Scottish massive? Elliot Goodall on the 1.6. He's being chased down by the 4.3 of Jacob Frulik, bringing it down the final straight. That's going to be your top 3. The Midlands in there in 4. That's Henry Bragg rounding it out for the Outlaws crew. One rider hits the deck in race 251. That was a 22.5. Noah Cooper is straight back up to his feet. Put your hands together for Noah. 11.3.
That's up to you, man. I mean, you can carry on if you want, but I didn't want to overwork you, you know. Yeah, that's race 251 on the track, and that's your man there from East Anglia, Ethan White. I think it was taking the win, and our young man down the bottom here, the 22.5 was Noah Cooper from TNT. He had a little stumble on the triple there, but he's up on his feet. You never know what has happened. He might have enough points to get through to the next round.
That must have happened after some racing.
Well, we've got some big hitters coming down the starter in the next couple of races. All right, then, Henry Sullivan on the inside there. But look at the guy from the south pushing hard here. It looks like the rider there, Sturmanis, from Cyclopark. So, of course, he knows his track very well. Sturmanis. Could be from Latvia, I guess. That sounds like a Latvian name. Anyway, Henry Sullivan from Crucial, the British champion from last year, will do everything he possibly can to defend his title as the South region number 1.5. Comes in behind. That was Sturmanis from Cyclopark. Race 253 on track. Holloway and Wood, both from Green Machine and Decoy. Barter, Hatch, Darley, Carnes, Yerbury and Campbell from Milton Keynes. Couple of riders just falling back of the pack, but the 2.2 and the 1.2, as I mentioned earlier, was Elliot Hatch and Callum Wood. 1 and 2 down that last straightaway. Jack Barter is going to pick up that third place, I believe, because that's Arthur Campbell at the back of the pack. But he's enjoying his British Championships, and that's all that matters. Cross the line with a smile. Male, 9 years old, on track, race number 254. Joshua Hall, Avis, Carnes, Oscar Lee. In this one with Regan Jones, Sonny Youngs and Teddy Hayes. Looks like the rider from MK, Jake Avis. Avis is going to take the win. The rider from the south coming in behind there. That's Oscar Lee picking up a great second place. Race 255 on track. More male, 9 years old. 5 of 8. So what does that mean? They're going to have quarterfinals, I guess. Dela Cruz, Challenger Stevenson, and Wills in this one. And the rider from the Midlands, Alfie Horn, is in the front of the pack there with the rider from the south, Decoy, Noah Northcott and Eli Northcott, both from Reactive, both from Decoy. They've got to be twins, right? Must be. Same age group, same surname, same team, same club. Got to be twins. If they are twins, I know what that's like. I have twins myself, and Whilst they're grown up, they're very hard work. I hope they're not listening. Male 9 years old, race 256, Franklin and Gilbert Cross, I beg your pardon, Fisher, Butt, Thompson and James Young from Bath. Looks like it could be the rider from the south, Flynn Cross, leading this one out. Looking good. There is the rider in 2 from the Midlands. The 2.1 is that? The 2.1. 2.1. I don't see that race on my sheet. Maybe I've missed one. It was Edward Kelburn from Rotherham, so I've obviously missed a race, or we've missed a race on the style. Maybe somebody could tell us. That would be nice. Okay. We've got the world number 3 in this one. That's my man, Antek Prepny from Birmingham. NRT on his club. And look at the speed he's got. It's going to give Henry Sullivan a bit of a run for his money later on. We'll wait to see how that pans out in these male 9 years old, because that was your last rack of them. Now we've got the male 10 years old coming at us on track. The 39.4 of Thomas Giles from the northeast. And the young Midlands rider there. Look at him go. Nice skills. Double manual down the last straightaway. How many Midlands riders have we got in that one? We got 2. I reckon that was probably Roman James Wright from Nottingham, because the skills were paying the bills. Okay, Schrader, Haynes, Chalk, Kuman, Fowl, Spencer and Jewis. Jack Haynes is out there in front looking good. Yeah, Luca Chalk in the mix as well from the southwest. Kuman, Fowl, Forrest, Spencer, Jewis, Schrader in there as well. But race 261, male 10 years old, Dodd, Bays, Groves, Belton, Careless, Miles, Turner, Matthews and Salmon in this one. The 14.2 of Jack Belton leads this one out from the North rider there. Tobias Groves, I think it could be, as they come out of that last turn. We've already got another race on track. Race number 262. Seb Staines, McKenna, Edis, Kitchen, James, Ludgate and Jones from the Jump Club. And the South in this one. The North, 23.4 on his plate. It's going to be Jack Kitchen. The rider from the Midlands goes underneath there. The 19.1, I think it was, of Seb Staines. Staines in there. So Kitchen and Staines 1 and 2 in race number 262. All right then, Chester Grocott, Ethan Shaw, Aston John Lee, Nathan Dan, Tramontano and Smythe and Bird. The rider from the Midlands looks good out of front. Ethan Shaw, of course, he's Shaw. The 01, the defending British champion in race number 263. 264, Hawker up to the L's, Dowsing, Budby, is that? Arnold and Lewisfield. Lewisfield was going well earlier on, but it's the Midlands rider. It's Lewisfield in there in 2, but it's the 30.1 of Charlie Dowson. Crucial BMX leading this one out. Still hanging on to it in there in 2. Was your man there, Oakley Lewisfield, and your man from TNT, Oliver Hawker, as a rider goes down in race number 265. That was Jesse Rose. He's back up on his feet. Race number 266. Okay. Solka, Griggs, Kinsey, Baptiste, Ford, Donaldson, and Wally. Is that Wally? I guess. I'm not sure. Elliot Wally from Cumbernauld in there from Scotland. We're going to go racing straight into quarters or 1/8. We're going to go straight into 1/8 and quarters. No break. So after this last qualification moto, we'll be going straight into the 1/8 finals and then straight into the quarterfinals before we have a little break for lunch. As we see riders coming down the track here. And that was the 10.3 of Rex Ford from the Halo team. In there in 2 was the rider from the south. It's going to be Aidan Baptiste possibly coming on through in second. Southeast rider Southwest rider, I beg your pardon. It's going to be Arthur Donaldson in there in 3. Race 267, male, 11 years old on track. And they've got quarterfinals as well. So Distin, Jones, Turner, Drummond, Ronnie Wood in this one. Looks like Ronnie Wood's got the lead. Stemets and Jones from Smiley's Flight Club in there. But the guys from the Southwest putting in a great performance. Alfie Jones and Isaac Moore. Race 268 on track. Lucas Tewold, Edward Cordery, Noah Grant, Solpar, Bogmalov and Cesaris from Braintree. And the 13.3 it was Edward Cordery. He leads this one out. The South rider in there in 2 was Lucas Tewold. And the third place rider also from the Milton Keynes area, Emmy Cotton DeSerious, I think it might have been. Race 267 on track.
Heading on through the third straight, it looks like we've got a rider out of Scotland bringing it into the final turn. That is a 1.6 of Murray Watson bringing it down the final straight. Watson going 1 and 2 with the 1.3 of Laith Sailor out of Braintree BMX Club. Race 270 on track. The 11-year-old boys all going at it into turn number 2. Looks like we've got the rider out of the Midlands leading them out. That is Preston Newmarsh Powell on the 28.1. He's going 1 and 2 with the rider out of the North. Looks like it's got to be the 1.4 plate of Carlin Gordon. Doing it for Karupi BMX team. He's worked his way in. Now being chased down by the rider out of the Southwest. Looks like Arthur Claydon going to round out the top 3 spots as he's under pressure from Seb Hewitt at the line.
We found another glove. We got a white and red answer glove. We think it was from East Anglia or the Midlands area because it was found on the road behind you. I'm waving it here in commentary station. So if you've lost a white and red answer glove, we've got it up here.
Miles Skinner leading out race 271. He's going 1, 2 and 3 with 2 riders out of the south. Looks like Stack is going to be one of them. Worrell in there as well. That's going to be your 1, 2, 3 as they cross the line. Race 272 led away by a rider out of the north who's picking it up as they come on round. That is the 0-1 plate, of course. It's Connor Hemhill, GT Factory. Smooth as you like on the exit of turn number 3 is getting busy for the 2 spot. 2 riders out of the Midlands going at it. Hugo Dayton and Joey McAvoy. That's going to be your 2 and 3. It's Dayton hanging on to that 2 spots. Race 273, the 11-year-old boys, Richie Southern, Proctor, Brown, Mather, Tempest and Bradley all on track. Rider out of the north leading this one out. Looks like it is the 4.4 Ronnie Mather. Going into the final turn with a 5.2 right there behind him. That is Leo Bradley. Out of the southwest and Russin at Racing East Anglia. Got a couple of riders in this one as well. Clayton Southern and Seth Ritchie picking up 3 and 4 as they bring it across the stripe. The south going 1 and 2 in race 274. Looks like that could be Jack Swales and Ollie Warner. That's your 1 and 2 at the moment. Who's in there for 3? Tad Malkin is picking it up for Derby BMX Club in the Midlands. His Midlands compatriot in there as well on the 4.1 plate. That is Jack White out of Birmingham BMX looking for a way round. The 19.5 of Colwyn Jones out of Gosport National Race Team. He's under pressure down to the line, but it's going to be Jones hanging on to a top 4 spots. Race 275 in and out of turn number 2. Looks like the rider out of the north is a lead in the pack at the moment. Couple of riders out of the southwest in there as well. One of them is the 1.2 of Jack Laughlin with the 4.2 in there behind him. That is Harrison Doe. But your race leader heading down the final straight gotta be Lewis Hughes out of the north doing it for Crank BMX Coaching. Next up on track, Jack Devine leads out race 276 in the 12-year-old boys. East Anglia have got 3 riders in there going 2, 3 and 4. One of them has got to be a Poppy Bishop. A Bishop sister, and that is Poppy Bishop in there in 3 at the moment, doing it for the girls. She's currently chasing down the 12.3 plate in and out of the final turn. Oliver Taylor, he's going to take that 2 spot on the stripe. Race 277, Payne, Olone, Bell, Ridley, Scott, Murphy and Sykes. Looks like it could be Ronnie Payne leading this one out at the moment, going 1 and 2 with the 32.4 plate of Archie Bell out of B Strong Race Team and the north. So it is the south and the north in that order. The Midlands got 3 riders in there as well. Going through in 3, 4 and 5. Race 278 on track, entering that second straight. Looks like Leo Rowlands, your world number 3, leads the pack. Doing it for B Strong Race Team. He's going 1 and 2 with the rider out of the south. That's going to be Adrian Galitis. And a Moto 1 Race Team. The front 2 riders running away with it at the moment. Galitis all over the gearbox of Rowlands, in and out of the final turn. Looking for a way through. Who's picking up the 3 on the exit of that final corner? Looks like that could be the 6.5 of Niall Elkindi. Race 280 on track. 4 riders out of the south leading this one out. The 14.5 is at the front of the pack. That is Albert Alazans bringing it down the final straight and to the line. Race 280, Alan Jones, Batsford, Littlewood, Milner, Everly and Davies. Zach Everly at the front of the pack in this one, repping the Midlands colours as he exits turn number 2. He's absolutely run away with this moto. Looks on fire today, does Zach. So he's going to take it into the final turn. Looks like the 5.4 is in there behind him. Luca Milne out of Dragon Riders. He's being chased down by the 24.5 plate of Thomas Allen, repping the South BMX colours, bringing it down the final straight inside the top 3. Race 281. Race 281, the 12-year-old boys are on track. Archie Croker White leads this one out. Zach Hamill in there behind him for the 2 spot for the South. Oh, one rider hit the deck, 14.1. Put your hands together, ladies and gents, for Sam Knight. Up to his feet, going to ride away. 0-1 leading this one out, that's Joe Rook. Right, where are we? Completely lost the moto. Who's that? James Bibby leads out race number 283, your world number 6, heading towards turn number 2. The North going 1 and 3 in this one at the moment. That looks like it could be Cotton. Yes, it is Charlie Cotton, rounding out the top 3 spots. He's in there behind the 5.5 plate of Emil Challenger, doing it for Brixton BMX. But James Bibby having an absolutely flying lap out front, doing it for the North. 10-year-old girls now on track, race 284. The North are going 1 and 2 at the moment. Molly Tomlinson, Roxy Rowlands heading towards that second corner. The South have got 2 riders in 3 and 4. One of them is River Henderson and the other is Holly Webb. So that's your front 4 riders as it stands. Who's your race leader though? As they bring it on round, the E8. Sorry, that's Eliza Powell out front, looking good. Molly Tomlinson in there in that 2 spot. So the North charging down the final straight as a couple of riders hit the deck in race 285. But it's going to be Powell, your European number 8, picking up that race win. It is the Scottish crew leading this one out. Where are you, Scotland? Are you awake yet? Rosie Geddes leads this one through on the 2.6 plate, doing it for the Centurions. Massive. The South have got 2 riders going 2 and 3. They're chasing it down. They're swerving and swarming all over a back wheel. It is the 2.5 in that 2 spot at the moment. Cara Cross out of Gosport National Race Team. She's now under pressure though from her South compatriot, headed down to the stripe. Looks like that could have been Erin Cheek, I think it was, rounding out the podium positions. It was Leah T-Look, one of the fallen riders. She's up to her feet, riding away. And the 1.6 plate of Beth Worley, they hit the deck. She's also up and walking away. So put your hands together for them fallen ladies. Race 286 hits the track. Check it out. That looks like a W plate headed towards turn number 1. Your world number 8, Holly Bishop, out of the EA crew and Halo Wheels race team. She's leading out this moto at the moment. Who's in there behind her? Looking like we have got a rider out of the north, Florence Dyson, doing it for the Bradford Bandits. In and out of that second corner they go. The north in there in 3 as well. That's Puget Lamb. Somebody's Lamb running out the top 3 spots at the moment, being chased down by the 3.5 plate of Arabella Denton, doing it for Brixton BMX, and the 5.5 is in there in 5. That is Abby Graham, also out of Brixton. So Brixton got 2 riders inside the top 5, bringing it down to the wire. It's going to be Bishop, Dyson, 1 and 2. Lamb rounds out the top 3.
Yeah, 287 on track. Elizabeth Lola Poole, Evie Dyson, Winnie Andrews, McSwitty, Barta Mooney and Ross. Looks like the rider from the north, though. Looks good out in front. It's going to be Evie Dyson, is it? No, Elizabeth Lola Poole, it will be out in front. But she's been overtaken now by the rider from the south. And the south rider was Millie Ross, putting in a great lap there. Okay, Grace Gerard, Fawcett, Graham Adams, Gould, Bunyan and James Young. In this one, looks like Brooke Fawcett leads this one out from the 1.4 of Grace Gerard. Hard Knock Spike coaching. Scotland in there in 3. Making some noise for the Scottish. It's going to be the rider coming on through from Cumbernauld, Elizabeth Graham, hanging on to a great 3rd spot there from the rider from the south. And I think that was Lexi Adams. More female, 12 years old. Semi-finals for these ladies. The world number 7 of Freya Harris leading this one out from the MK crew, and she's very strong here at Cyclopark. The Southwest rider coming on through there into Elsie Blight from ABM, Absolute Bicycle Motocross. Okay, more South riders leading this one out. It's going to be the rider from the Pure Bikes. The Pure Bicycle rider, Iris Hyder, leading this one out. She's the European number 5, and she's here defending her British title, here to be the British champion in the South. The Midlands rider coming on through there in 2 is going to be Sarah Pritchard from Evolve Collective, and another rider from the South, Paige Cathcart Cunninson, in there in 3. Male 6 and unders on track. Yeah, the North East riders out there, out in front. Luke Barron on the 1.4 bike coming on through. He leads this one out from the rider from, is that East Anglia shirt I can see? Yes, it is. There's lots of East Anglia ones in this one, though. Going to be Teddy Fountain, possibly. Ronnie Barnard. It could even be your man there. But it is the 1.3 of Jackson May from COG. So I got it completely wrong. Jackson May in there in 1st. And these riders, these little 6 and under riders now, the wind just picking up just a little bit here in Cyclopark, which, you know, we're always privileged to. Lewis is cold, apparently. I don't know why, but, I mean, he's from up north. He should be used to it. Well, the Midlands. The Midlands, sorry, Midlands. Good race here. Look at these guys going at it. A 3.4. Bit of a crash on the first straight, but a 3.4. Coming on through, that was Patrick Dempsey. Dempsey making a hard work of it, coming down that 3rd straight, but it paid off, and he's taken the win in race number 292. Race number 293, there were some fallen riders, but Gray, Bays, Howe, Hawker, Turner, Estevas, and Aston. There's actually 3 out of 5, so they were, what have they got? Semi-finals, quarterfinals maybe even for these 6 and unders. There's 5 lots. I think that means quarters. I'm not exactly sure. If there's 5 lots of motos, yeah. Is that right? 5 fours are 20. So yeah, there'd be quarters. I don't know. I mean, sometimes I wonder how they work it all out. I've been doing it for nearly 30 years and I still don't know. You end up with 5-man quarterfinals, and yeah, it's weird, isn't it? So if there's 5 sixes, no, so they'll have semis. Shut up, Neil. They're talking rubbish. 6 and unders have got semis. Don't take my word for it. Keep an eye on scores. Okay, 11.2 leading that one out. 11.2 was, of course, 11.2. I can't find him on my sheet. Oh, Jack Byrne it was from Decoy. decoy rider coming across there. Finley Thompson from Fluent in the mix with a box of tricks, as is Thomas Taylor. Brocky Cotts and Lungley from Ipswich, and Kieran Aridon from Hackney. Race number 295, 6 and under Bond, James Bond, no, Milo Fox Bond, Garnet, Dowson, Shepherd, Schrader, and Russell from Gospel in this one. Pedalling hard down that last straightaway though to 2.5 of Rupert Garnett from Bexhill, looking good. The rider from Telford Bond in there with Ellis Dowson as well, 2 and 3. Race number 296. These are the female 6 and unders. Peony Ford, Erin Thoreaus, Cairns, Kerr, and Laurie in this one. Looks like it's a rider from the south, the 2.5. No, it's the 1.5. Noah Kerr, I beg your pardon, with Peony Ford in there in 2. And in there in 3 is the rider from the north. That is Alice Laurie from Midlanks. Richards Club. Anyway, female 6 and unders, Goddard, Sawyer, Court, Jones, Wilson and Steele. Evie Steele, I can notice there in the blue crash helmet. She's taken a win and a second place, so she's looking good to go through to the finals, because there's 2 racks of female 6 and unders on there. And she's got some great arm movement down the straights. You've got to take notice of that, ladies and gentlemen. Such a small rider, but she really knows how to use the body and the arms. Look at her pushing through the jumps. It's making all the difference for Evie Steele. So Mark Steele, I guess, is the dad. He's doing a good job there with Evie. And she's taken her second win of the day. We'll look out for her in the final, that's for sure. 298 on track. No, it's not. They didn't let the gate go. I got all excited for nothing. Oh, he's got a bit chilly, isn't it, actually?
I told you it was cold.
I did say it was cold, Neil.
Well, it's just my legs. I can feel the wind.
You've come underprepared. That's what it is. You've come underprepared.
I've not brought any long trousers either.
No, me neither. Actually, no. That's I'm the same on that.
I do get cold hands and cold feet. I will be honest with you, but I could normally stomach cold legs. But I might put me hoodie on in a minute.
Yeah, it's cold arms. That's what you don't want. You don't need cold arms.
He's laughing at us, look. He's all right. He's in long trousers.
This is sophisticated conversation.
Yeah.
For a Saturday afternoon.
Yeah. Gate's gone down. All righty then. I'm just looking forward to a bit of lunch. Killian Brown, Murphy, Stotter, White, Jocelyn Black. Oh, it's a shame that's not Jocelyn Brown, isn't it, that name? That would have been so cool. Anyway, Charlie Bromilo, is that? And Tomlinson and Ross Foster. Yeah. Check it out. Got the rider from the north leading this one out. Anyway, which one is it? Killian Brown was doing well earlier on. Not sure if that's him, though. He's on a lower number than that, I think, Neil. 3.1 is that? Or 3.4? Isaac Tomlinson it was. Isaac Tomlinson. Then your Killian Brown riders in there as well. With Benji Ross Foster from Merseyside as the North region take 1, 2 and 3 on the line.
I'll just carry on, mate. That's right, you have to break.
The 8 finals are ready to go, ladies and gentlemen. If you're in an 8th final, the 8 finals are drawn, so please check scores. And of course, the quarterfinals will be ready for all the other age groups until we get the other 8 finals done and dusted. Of course, we'll have those other quarters, but 8 finals have been drawn.
Can I have a little bit more volume on this? A little bit. Please.
All right, it's the British champion there on track. British champion, who is it? Oliver Bridle, I gotcha. Race number 300, Blundell, Eels, Edmonds, Ronnie Hill, and Charles in this one with Merrin as well from the south, but it looked like it was Oliver Bridle from Exeter. Here we go then. North rider coming out the turn. Eddie Brown, French, Thorne, Tranter, Orpen, Slater, is that? Or is it Henry Dodd? Looks like it could be Harrison Slater leading this one out from the 4.5 and the 6.5 of Eddie Brown and Alexander French. French and Brown going at it bar to bar down the last straightaway. It's just a moto, guys. Take it easy. The bars are for battling in the quarters and the semis. That's where it gets pretty busy. Race number 302 on track. These are the males, 7 years old. And we got Isaac Perry Alat, is that? Gregory Taylor Caburn, Barry Bradley and Hinton. Rider from the south there, just getting his knee out in the last turn there. That was the 3.5. No, it must have been the 9.5 of Noah Taylor from Andover. All right, give your Mandy a little round of applause. Got himself up there. The rider from Milton Keynes. Oh, sorry, East Anglia. Is that Isaac? I don't know where his bike's gone. He's lost his bike. He's all right. All right, more 7-year-olds on track. Watch out. It's getting busy in the first turn. The Midlands rider there, Robert Catkins, looking good out in front. But look at these guys from East Anglia all over the back of him. It's going to be Teddy Barker and Oliver Lagner Fetto Williams. There's a big old name in it. Chasing them down here with a rider from the north in there in 4 at the moment. It's going to be Louis Austin from Bruntwood, I think, coming on through in 4. But it's the Midlands rider now, still hanging on to it. The 1.1 of Catkins. He's there out in front. Then we see the, is it the 2.3 of Barker, and then Williams. 3 and 4 was Louis Austin. Female, 7 years old. Molly Steele's in this one. Sophie Stamane, Chick Warner, McGoldrick, Reese and Anderson from Hackney. In this one, looks like the rider leading this one out is the British champion of Esme Anderson for the Moto 1 BMX race team, with the rider from the north, 4.4, Sophia Reese. Reese in there in 2 with the rider on GT there, Hattie McGoldrick, coming through in 3. But a convincing win there from the rider from Hackney, Esme Anderson. All right, 3:05 on track. Mia Chalk here from Absolute Bicycle Motocross in this one. Maggie Devine, Brent Dixon, Pine, Butterby, Miller and Hewitt. Matilda, is it Hewitt going to lead this one out from Bromino? It's the Midlands rider coming on through. Which Midlands rider is that, though? Flick Brental. This is the female, 8 years old. 2 racks of them, so they're both trying to make it into that all-important British Championship final. And as they come down the third straight, it's still the rider from the Midlands on the 1.1 coming on through. That is Izzy Moore. Oh, my days. That was unusual, wasn't it? I can't believe that was a freak accident. I think we must have missed one. We must have missed race 305, I reckon.
I have to watch out for that. They never tell you, do they? There's a race freaking missing.
All right, anyway, moving on. Female, 8 years old, is it still? The 2.4. No, it's the 9th. So this is 3:07. So we definitely missed a race there somewhere. And that was Maisie Dyson taking the win very convincingly as well, with Weatherly and Smith, Johnson and Dixon behind. All right, so I'm looking for race 308 on the gate now. Yeah, big round of applause. Let's hear a round of applause again for the rider from the south there. Bit of a strange one, but she's back up on her feet. Hopefully she's done enough to get through to the next round. We'll have to wait and see a little later on. I do hope we see her up in there. We'll have to try and remember her name. It was... Yeah, it was, wasn't it? Alrighty then, here we go. Race number 308. Thanks, Lewis. Clemson, Castrolac, Stupple. And Madison Stupple's in this one. Good to see her racing, the female 9 years old. And Alice Barron, Tallulah Willison, is that? Tutu Willison. Oh, cool. And Phoebe Miller. I know Phoebe Miller. That's probably Phoebe Miller out in front, isn't it? Yes, it is. The 01 British champ. A good racing family. Doing well. The 1.3 in 2. Oh, God. Panonica Castrolac. Is that how you say that? I hope I'm getting these right. It's like doing a Euro round. Race number 309 on track, female 9 years old. Don't forget, get ready for your 1/8 finals. If you're in a 1/8 final, make your way round to the back of the start hill and the quarterfinals. Get yourselves ready. We're going straight into the 1/8 finals, so get yourselves ready. Oh, that's Ella Grant, I think, leading this one out. I recognise the E8 plate on the bike. That's Ella Grant leading this one out. Good to see her here at the British Champs. Doing it for Absolute Bicycle Motocross. Megan Keller, Lauren Snell. I think it was 3 riders and Autumn Moore from the southwest doing it there in race number 309. Should be Maisie Egan out in this one, but it's Betty Wheels, I think, leading this one out. It's the world number 4, Betty Wheels. Go on, mate. Maisie Egan in there in 2. And the rider from the southwest in 3 is going to be Trixie Trays. That's a great name, isn't it? Trixie Trays. Love that. Alrighty then, only 2 more motos to go before we go into the 1/8 finals. And this is the rider Kiss, I think, out in front, the 1.5 of Freya Montfort. I beg your pardon. There we see the rider from coming on area, Rose Lee, in there in 2, East Anglia and the South, battling it out. Mia Kiss and Rachel Pritchard, I think it could be, not sure. All right, 1/8 finals on track. James Bibby leads this one out, I think. Yeah, Bibby at the front of the pack. Southwest rider Rich is in there. These are the 1/8 finals, ladies and gentlemen. Only the top 4 riders are going to go through here. This is the knockout stage. We've done the motos, the racing's done. Now we're looking at the knockout. Look at this guy go. Leading this one out, the world number 6. The top 4 are clear. It's the rider from the southwest and the 2 guys from East Anglia. It's going to be Noah Ford and Zach Parsons going through in the 4.
Second, eighth final on track. These are the Southwest riders heading into turn number 2. Joe Ruggs leading out of the pack, going 1 and 2 with Jack Laughlin. So that is the front 2 riders as it stands. He's got a rider in here in 3. That is Poppy Fish on 11.3 plate, bringing it into the final turn, the 14.2, and Logan Waterhouse is under pressure from the 1.6. Finley Shaw is chasing Waterhouse down the final straight. Waterhouse is in the all-important 4th spot at the moment. Has Shaw got enough left down to the wire? It's going to be Waterhouse taking it.
Yeah, check out Galatis from TNT, the local BMX race team on track, looking good out in front. The rider in 4 at the moment, it's the rider from Milton Keynes, Noah Bagwell in 4, jumping his way through. Oh, he's got another rider on his inside, the 1.3, and the 6.3 is that. It's Lucas Laurie, but I think Noah Bagwell's going to hang on for the 4.
Eighth final number 4 is on track, leading out the pack is Jack Devine on the 13.4 plate, doing it for the north. 2 riders out of the south are going through in 2 and 3 at the moment. That looks like Simon Stepanov's in there inside the top 3, and the 9.5 is Harry Swales in there in that 2 spot. Who's in there for 4? That's the 4.2 plate of Harrison Doe. He's clear and safe on the rest of the pack and taking it through to the quarters.
Yeah, Archie Bell and Zach Everly going at it 1 and 2. Lidzans from Bournemouth was in the mix, but he's in there in 3, I think, hanging on. The rider in 4th is going to be the rider from Midlands, Jacob Aston, coming through in 4. So it's between Aston on the 4.4 by and the 22.5 of Livingston. It's going to be Livingston versus Aston. Aston's going to hang on for the 4. Coming down the straightaway, he's going to be in the quarterfinals.
Check out this next 8th final, ladies and gents. The South are going 1, 2, 3 at the moment. Zach Hamill is at the front of the pack, going 1 and 2 with the Meal Challenger as they bring it towards the final turn. Who's that in there inside the top 3? That is Lucas Gomez Sons out of Runnymede Rockets. The 8.1 is the rider out of the Midlands, riding out the top 4 spots at the moment. Dawson Scott, he's going to take the 4th spot down to the wire as South go 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, Leo Rowlands jumped the triple at the end of the first straight and made all the difference. Look at the gap he's got now coming into the second turn. He's got Isaac Smith from Ramp Racing on his in second position because he's not on his tail, because Rowlands has been gone out of the cannon, as they say. The 12.3 pushing through is Oliver Taylor, and it looks like the rider from the south is just going to chill out down the last straightaway. That's Louis Friend. He's going to make it through in 4.
Archie Croker White and Ronnie Payne are your front 2 riders in the final 8th of the day as they bring it in and out of that second corner. Who's in there picking up the top 3 spot? Looks like we're going to ride out of the Midlands. That is Finley Murphy doing it for Nuneaton BMX Club, but he's under pressure from Charlie Cotton, who's in there in 4th, doing it for the north. Oh, it got busy out front. Payne looked under the inside of Croker White but didn't quite make it happen, so it's going to be Croker White, Payne, Cotton, Murphy. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's your 8th finals done and dusted. Quarterfinals are making their way up onto the starts. Quarterfinals lining up. 17 to 29-year-old cruisers are going to be the first guys to hit the track. Quarterfinal number 1 hits the track. 17, 29-year-old cruisers are a go. Check out the rider out of East Anglia on the inside. The 4.3 of Josh Cates leads it out. The 14.5 is Connor Blythe. He's right there behind Cates, chasing him towards turn number 2. That looks like Lou Davis Hayes in a qualifying spot. In there in 3, Matt McHugh is in 4. Rep in the north, but he's under all sorts of pressure. Davis Hayes has made his move to go from 3 to 2. Here comes the 1.5 getting involved. Niall Moss has gone from 5 to 4, and that's left McHugh back there in 5. It's going to be East Anglia out front. Cates is going to pick up the quarterfinal win.
Yeah, second quarterfinal. Here we go. 17-29 cruisers. Brooks leads this one out from Rocky O'Brien. Jack Mowat in there with Zach Green from Derby. That's the way it is on the sheet. That's the way it is on the track at the moment. The guy from Scotland's probably the closest one. That's Ben Fitzsimmons. Fitzsimmons in and out that last turn. Has he got anything down the last straight? I don't think Fitzsimmons is going to make it. No, he's not. He's out.
Third quarter-final for the 17-29 Euro Cruisers is on track. That looks like Arne Esselmont in that two-spot, repping the South colours, heading to the second turn. He's chasing down the EA rider. That is Charlie Roy on the 3.3. Roy Esselmont looking safe and clear from the pack. That looks like Tom Doran in there inside the top three. He's being chased out of the final turn. It looks like Lewis Longley is on the bubble. He's going to take the final qualifying spot. Two riders out of the South are taking it through to the semi-finals.
Yeah, checking out more riders on track. 17-29 Cruisers. These are the quarterfinals. We're going to need some more sheets up here, if you can hear me down in registration, because we haven't got the rest of the quarters, I don't think. And is it looking good for the ride from Aintree? Thomas Miller is out in front here. Miller at the front of the pack. We got the riders from the south all over his back. It's Pope now coming round the outside on the 5.5. The two East Anglia riders going to go through, but Theo Pope's going to take the win from Miller and Putland and Wiggins. 1, 2, 3 and 4.
Have a rest. Oh, it's fine. Have a rest. Have a rest. That's what happens. Yeah, it's true. That's how we've been. Gone for a beer. What's that? Who's gone for a beer? Oh, you said you'd been for a beer.
Right, here we go with the 8-year-old quarter-final, number one, heading down the hill. Who's going to be the first to rise into the turn? Looks like the rider out the middle has got a feeling that is Archie Fisher. It's all about the fourth spot. He's currently being held by a 2.2 of Ollie Underhill. Ollie Underhill in that qualifying spot. He's under pressure from the rider from the south, though. He's getting involved. I've got a feeling that'll be Rudy Pleasant's Ford shopping for the position as they come towards the final turn, making his move now, the 7.5. Rory Kempsford. It's Kempsford who's worked his way into 4. Pleasant's Ford in there in 3. Underhill looks like he's going out in 5. Fisher takes it.
Yeah, this is getting busy, this one. Check them out. Connor Grant, Eli Hipkins, Richard Blight, Oliver Brotherton, Taylor from the MK as they come down the third straightaway. Who's it going to be? It's getting busy. That all-important fourth spot. It's the Midlands versus the North at the moment. As we can see, the North on the outside, the Midlands on the inside. The North's taken it over. The 13.4 of Jack Taylor. Taylor, can he hang on? Because here comes a super fast guy from the rider from the from him on the line, and the South rider's going to go through.
6 and unders need to be in the pens for the quarterfinal. 6 and unders in the pens for the quarterfinals as we move on. This is quarterfinal number 3, I think, for those 8-year-old boys. That is the 13.3 in the Teddy Corbin, 2.5 in the 4 is Finley Thomas. Finley's hanging on. Pressure coming from the rider from East Anglia. Looks like Finley's going to keep that position and work his way through into the semis.
Yeah.
Quarterfinal number 8 hits the track. These are the 8-year-old boys headed for turn number 1. Check out Charlie Crossley. Ladies and gents, he was going all sorts of airborne down the first straight. He's worked his way into the 2 spot in behind the 1.4. Oliver Payne leads it out. He loves a bit of techno and he's out front, bopping his head through the pack, so he's going to be paying out front. Crossley's in there in 3. Who's the rider working their way through? That's Archie Walsgrove. He's up to that 2 spot. That's Crossley back there in 3 now. Then the EA rider is in there as well. It looks like that could be the 1.3 of Jonah Taylor out of Ipswich. Look at the 4.5 making moves. Alice Lewisfield, there's a queue in behind Walsgrove. Last straight action. Oh, Walsgrove's been shuffled back to 5. Field's going to take 4, and it's going to be Taylor in 3.
Right, Oscar
Oscar Marco of the South is the guy in fourth in quarterfinal number 9 for the 9-year-olds. Henry Sullivan's leading it out. We've got Charlie Blakeburn in there as well, doing it for East Anglia. The rider in 3 is the 3.2, and that is Noah Northcote. So Marco being pursued by Alexander Gilbert out of the north. Looks like Gilbert's going to run out of time and room. He's going to go out in 5. Marco's through in 4.
Quarter-final number 10 is on track. The second for the 9-year-olds heads towards turn number 2. And Ted Perebny, the W3, is going to lead this one through. He's going 1 and 2 with Philip Stamanis and a TNT on the 1.5 plate. Who's picking up 3 and 4? It looks like we've got Callum Wood on the 1.2 plate, just getting it a little bit wrong through the third straight. He's a put out of the southwest. He's in there as well. That's a 7.2 of Jack Colwell. Is in 5, chasing down the 2.1 of Edwin Coleman. To the final qualifying spot and take it through to the semis.
Right, that is Ethan the Great White leading our quarter-final number 11. It's all mixed up. We've got a rider from the southwest in there in that final qualifying position. Looks like Ned Wills has got a bit of work to do. He's in there in 5. He needs a 4. He's got to chase the rider down to the final corner. Jake Avis in there in 3, the 5.2. That is Josh Byrne. Burns holding off Wills at the moment. Wills has slipped back a spot. Looks like Burns under pressure from the rider from the south to the line. Byrne just holds on.
Alfie Thorne dropped a gear and disappeared down the first straight in quarter-final number 12, but our riders are queuing up behind like a Greg's on a Friday afternoon. It is Thorne then. Alfie going 1 and 2 with a 2.2. That's Elliot Hatch under all sorts of pressure. The 6.5's getting involved. That looks like it could be Caleb Tuolda. He's worked his way into a qualifying spot, taking it down the final straight. Gonna go through with Arthur Mason across the line.
Oh, we've lost 1, 2, 3 in that second straight in quarter-final number 13. Meanwhile, Ethan Shaw is out from doing it for the Midlands. Seth Kacharik's in there as well, who's got that second spot, the 2.5 of Aidan Baptiste. Looks like the 9.5 of George Kellum, but he's being pursued by Oakley Lewisfield. Kellum's in the 4, Lewisfield in the 5. Kellum holds on. Riders going down on that straight, including Alexi Carlos, I think, who hit the deck. Oscar Schrader might have been involved in it as well. And a rider from the south who's still down on the backside of that jump. It was Alexi Carlos who went down. Give him a big round of applause as he comes back past. The handlebars are all over the place. Dad needs to get the Allen keys out. Sevens.
Yeah. Right, I've got what are we on, 14?
I think it's Rory Smart and Gosport. I don't know how yours could do it. Might throw the hoodie back on in a bit.
Right, let's see it for our fallen rider.
Looks like we are going to jump straight back into the action, ladies and gents. 10-year-old quarterfinals. Quarterfinal number 14 hits the track. Where is Jack Belton? It looks like his front wheel is going to be the first to show. Who's on the inside into the turn? Looks like it is the 30.1 leading the pack. Dowson's out there in the one spot. Belton's in there behind him. It looks like a queue of Northerners. It's going to be a chippy Friday too. They're going into turn number 2. Who's picking up 3 and 4? Bringing out a turn, Ollie Bird is one of the riders in the qualifier spot. He's being chased out by Tobias Groves. Them guys are going through in 3 and 4. In the 4. He's in the mix. That's Jesse Rose looking for a top 4 spot, heading down the final straight. It's going to be Groves, Bird. That's going to be your 3 and 4 as Dawson picks up the win.
Tell you what, Jacob Den was under a boatload of pressure from Joseph Dewis as they went round turn number 1, and Dewis threaded the needle and he's worked his way into that 4th spot. Rex Ford is the man out front to the minute with Arthur Donaldson right there with him as they go towards the final turn. 15.2 George Spencer in 3, Dewis in 4. Den looks like he's going to go out in 5. Dewis is making a move for the 3. They're going to go through in those 3 and 4s. Dent out in 5th.
Jack Haynes looked to thread the needle into number 1 in this quarterfinal, and he's worked his way into a 2 spot in between 2 Northerners. In and out of that second turn they go. Thomas Giles is having a flyer out front, leading the pack. Who's that picking up the 3? Looks like the 23.4 of Jack Hitching. The 5.5 of Oliver Hawker is in the qualifying spot out of TNT. Hawker being chased down the final straight by what looks like Hudson Edis. Edis isn't quite going to get close enough. It's going to be Hawker in 4.
Right, there's a big old scrap going on between Leith Salah and Ollie Warner for that final qualifying spot in quarterfinal number 17. The man out in front from Blackpool and the North, Connor Handel, looking good at the minute. Hugo Dayton's in there into the 28.2. It's Arlo Steinmetz in 3. Salah looking like he's going to take that final qualification spot for East Anglia in quarter-final number 17.
Preston Newmarsh Power looks to have dropped a gear to disappear into turn number 2. He's going 1-2 with the rider out of the south. Looks like it could be one of the 2 old brothers. It is the Lucas on the 1.5 plate being chased out. The 29.2 plate. Oh, that is Arthur Claydon. Look at the 16.4. That's going to be Getting working his way right round the outside. He's going to pick up a top 4 qualified spot and take you through to the semi-finals.
Right, quarter-final 19, Murray Watson of Scotland is battling with Edward Cordery out of East Anglia. So Ian Scotland going 1 and 2 right now. Where is Ronnie Mather out of the North region? He's in there in 6. He needs a 4. He's going to have to push it all the way to the line. He's got 17.2 and 8.2 to deal with as they go down the final straight. Mather's trying to get back. He's going to run out of time and room. Mather's out in 5.
The big fish, Ronnie the Landshark Road leads our quarterfinal number 20 in the 11-year-old boys. He's going 1 and 2 with the rider out of the southwest. Looks like that could be the 5.2, but the 1.4 is working his way in as well. That looks like Carlin Corner. So Carlin Corner chasing down the European number 8. The 5.2 is in there with him. That is Leo Bradley looking to pick up a qualifying spot, taking it down to the wire with Isaac Moore in a qualifying spot as well. The rider that hit the deck, I think that might have been Samuel Snell. He's up to his feet, riding away. Put your hands together for Samuel, ladies and gents.
Now we're on to these small things.
Yeah. I don't know which one that is because that's not the 12-year-olds up there.
They've gone to the 6-year-olds. Yeah, 6, 7s and 12s.
Right, okay. Lovely. The 12s went the left into the 8s. You next stop, is it me?
I think so anyway. You're right, Sam.
It's going to be interesting with any more racing. Be good. Right, let's have a look. 6 and unders. Here we go.
6 and unders bringing the thunder down that straight. Jack Byrne is the man out front and in control at the moment. Looking at the 3.3 of Sydney Schrader in there in that third spot. The 9.1 of Ellis Dowsing. So Ellis is in there in 4 at the moment. Shearing in 5. Doing it for the Dragon Riders in the north. But the man out in front, Jack Byrne from the southwest, checked out and gone. See you later, mashed potato. He's half a straight in front of everybody else. Rupert Garner in there in 2. Ellis is in 3. Sydney Schrader rounding out the top 4. That looks like the way they're going to finish, because 5 is too far gone. The 6 and unders are bringing the thunder in quarterfinal number 26. Alejandro Crudo Estevez leads this one out. He's going 1 and 2 with Freddie Mitchell-Moore out of Decoy BMX Club. That looks like the South in there as well. Ruben Sparrowhawk on the 1.5 plate. He's picking up a top 3 spot as it stands. The rider out of the north is in there as well. Looks like Finley Thompson out of Merseyside BMX Club on the 5.4 plate. But Alejandro Crudo Estevez has run away with this quarter-final alongside Mitchell Moore. That's going to be a 1 and 2 down the final straight. Sparrowhawk Thompson rounding out the top 4 spots. Right, Parker Gray's in there in 4 and Amari Bamford Burry's in 5. So it's a scrap between the south and the southwest for that final qualifying spot. East Anglia are out in front at the moment. Got a feel that might be Albie Howe coming towards us on the 2.2. 1.3, that belongs to Jackson May. The Southwest are all over him in and out of that turn. Ruari might have given himself a little bit too much to do as they head down towards the line. The Southwest are all in. Jackson's going to make it in as well. The North are out front in quarter-final number 28 is Luke Barron and Patrick Dempsey in control as it stands. That looks like a rider out of East Anglia picking up a top 3 spot. Teddy Fountain out of Ipswich BMX, who's the rider picking up the 4. Looks like that could be the 3.5 plate of Jude Brocky Cox. He's bringing it into the final turn, being chased down the final straight by Isaac Buck. Has Buck got enough left in the tank? Barron, Dempsey, Fountain, Brocky Cox. That's going to be a 1, 2, 3 and 4. Right, Nico Jocelyn Black out of the south region is the rider in 4, chasing down Charlie Bromelo out of the north, who's in there in 3. Oliver Bridle twisting the throttle down this third straight. He's walking away with this one. That is the 1.1 of Roberts. Cactin's in there in that second spot. Cactin's Bromelo and the 5.5 Jocelyn Black. They're going to make it in as your 1, 2, 3 and 4. But who's going to stop Oliver Bridle in the 7s? It'll be interesting to see. Quarterfinal number 30 hits the track. These are the 7-year-old boys going at it. The top 4 are going to take it through to the semi-finals here at the 2025 British Champs. Oh, one rider slips his pedal. Harrison Slater just about manages to stay on his bike. So it's going to be Shelby Yates leading this quarterfinal out. He's going 1, 2 and 3 with 2 riders out of the south. Looks like Eddie Brown is going to be one of them. John Joe Blundell is the other. In and out of that second corner they go. The rider out of East Anglia is going to run out the top 3. Looks like Teddy Barker out of Braintree gets a 4 and 3.5, hanging on to the 2 and 3 spots. Brown and Blundell looking safe and clear, but can anyone catch Shelby Yates in this quarter-final? No, they can't. Yates is going to take it. Brown, Blundell, who's going to be the rider for 4? Slater with the late George is going to nick it on the line. Ballet the Nether, Harrison Slater as they go in and out of the turn. Look at the south region in this one. What? They're all from the south. I've got a feeling the South are getting 4 riders through in this quarter-final. We just need to work out which 4 that they are as they come out of the turn. Arthur King, Jasper Eels, Alexander French, all in this one. Noah and Harry Taylor, Henry Douglas, Eviatar Dagan and Archie George. In and out of the turn we go, the 13.5, that is Eviatar Dagan, but Dagan's under pressure from Taylor as they come down the straight. Dagan and Taylor battling for that final qualifying spot. Who's going to get it at the line? I'm going to leave it to the transponders of truth. 3 Northerners occupy the top 4 spots in quarter-final. Number 28 headed towards the second turn. The leader though is going to be Henry Dodd on the 4.4. He's going 1 and 2 with Isaac Tomlinson on the exit of that second turn, who's in there for 3 and 4. Looks like the East Anglian is going to be Sonny Sons. He's been chased down there by the 50.5
2.4. Benji Ross Foster, the front four riders looking safe and clear from the rest of the pack. Foster's putting pressure on Orns on the exit of the final turn. It's going to be Tomlinson. Orns is going to take that final qualifying spot on the line.
Right, moving on to the 12-year-olds quarter-final one. Bibby, Cotton and Bell. It's not a firma solicitors from Manchester. It's the top three in this quarter-final. They are 1, 2 and 3 at the moment. That looks like, who's that? 3.5 in there in 4. That's going to be Zach Hamill. Hamill, is he going to make it in for the South region? He's under pressure on the line. Far too close.
Looking to add a 0-1 to his accolades, including D3 this year is Leo Rowlands as he enters turn number 2 in quarter-final number 22. Who's in there with it? It looks like 2 riders out of the south. We're going to be picking it up. Ronnie Payne and Adrian Galitis. That's how they head into the final quarter. The 2.3 plate is in there as well. Noah Ford is clear from the rest of the pack. The front four are safe. Rowlands is going to take it. Galitis, Payne, Ford, 2, 3 and 4.
Right, in and out of the turn we go. Jack Devine's in there at the minute, pushing hard. Where is Isaac the Sender Smith? He's in the 4th spot. He needs to hold on to it if he wants to make it through to the semi-finals. Emil Challenger out there in 1. That looks like Jack Devine in there in 2. 12.1 is Zach Everly in 3. Smith looking like he's done enough. He's not happy yet. He's looking for the 3. He's looking for the 2. Smith makes it in.
Last quarter-final, here's the track. The Southwest are going 1, 2, 3 at the moment, heading in towards the second turn. That's got to be Joe Rugg leading them out. Where's Archie Croker-White? He's in there behind him. Looks like the third of the Southwest riders has been shuffled back a place, and that is the 1-pointer of Jack Laughlin. He's now chasing down the 12.3 of Oliver Taylor. He's getting busy in the turn. The 3.3 is Zach Parsons trying to get involved in the top 4 action. Not quite going to make it stick. Quarterfinals done and dusted, ladies and gents.
Right, we are going for the parade for the world and European finalists. If you can make your way round to the back of the start hill, please. All world and European finalists. If you've got a W128 or a Euro 128, around the back of the start hill, please, immediately. Then we can give you your due. Shout you guys out.
We are going to go semi-final racing at 4:15, ladies and gents. 4:15 for your semi-finals.
Right, we are on with, looks like Matt Barnard, our European champion. That's, is that Betty Wills up next? Betty took an E2 in 10-year-old girls and a W4. Proper clever. Freya Harris heading down the hill as well, European at number 2. And World 7 as well. She might have to roll round twice. Next up, the E2 in the 15-year-old girls, Miss Emmy Seawards. And the W3 as well. That looks like Mr. Alex Brooks, European number 2. Lily Chiswa as well, also taking a European 2. Next up is the E3 in 14-year-old boys, Kobe Rayfords. Next up, James Cottrell, 13-14 boys, E3. Next up, Fraser Watson, doing it for Cruiser boys, E3 in 45 to 49 Cruiser. Next up, the European 3 in 13-16 girls, Annalise Cadman Carpenter. Followed by the E4 in the 10-year-old girls, Holly Bishop. Well done, Holly. Great job, Mrs. Anna W8 as well. The E4 in the 16-year-old girls, it's Megan Roy. Followed by the Kevin Bacon of BMX. He's not selling mobile phones, he's riding his BMX bike. It's Darren O'Brien. Harry Tanner, who took an E4 in junior men. Yeah. Iris Hyder, E5 in 12-year-old girls. Good job, Iris. Well done. Emma Kiss, who took E5 in the 13-year-old girls. Right, 12 and under cruisers, the European 6 of Max Livingston. Next up, 12-year-old boys, E7, Mr. James Bibby. The E7 in the 12-year-old girls, Elizabeth Lola Poole. That is the E7. I've got a feeling that is Evie Webster. Thank the Lord I got that one right. Next up, 15-year-old girls, E6, Ailey Watson. Followed by the E7 of Jack Swales.
Ronnie Wood.
Next up, the E8, Ronnie the Landshark Woods. The E8 of Ella Grant, girls 9-year-olds. Ronnie's got a massive beaming grin on his face as he came past us. Next up, the E8 in the 10-year-old girls, Eliza Powell. Next up, the W3 in the 12-year-old boys, Mr. Leo Rowlands. The fastest mullet in Stockport. Right, Grace Hudak. She got a Euro plate. Racing for a different country, but she got one anyway. Well done, Grace. You're British in our eyes. Here we go. Get me in a time machine, take me back to 1986. It's only Sarah J. Nichols on a W3. Whoop whoop. Men 17 to 24, your W4, Mr. Tyrese Bradshaw. Next up is your W5 in the 15 girls, Miss Lexi Waits. Your W5 in 30-39 cruiser women, Michelle Stupple. Matt Barnard needs another warm-up lap for his W8 in 45-49 cruiser. I hope them legs don't give up in the semi, Matt. A man who has more titles than most people have had hot dinners. Mr. Alan Hill with his W7. Your W8s in the 10-year-old boys, Thomas Giles. Jacob Anderson's just giving us a wave. Has he forgotten his bike? Oh, he's injured. Oh, get well soon, Jacob. Right, Esme's walking down the hill. Esme Ward, give us a big wave, Esme. Probably one of the most unexpected W plates we've ever had. Even she couldn't believe it when she got to the line. Make some noise for Josephine Burston. Yeah, Robin Mattern Alonso for Peckham via Madrid. We'll claim him. He's ours. Got a W6 on his cruiser. Now this will be popular. Mr. Antec Perebny passing his Midlands teammates. I'm just jealous of his hair. His hair's amazing. W3, well done Antec. Here she comes, Miss Taya Gaynor. That was a junior women plate, wasn't it? The W3. And then we have as well the W7 for junior women, Miss Freya Chalice. And your European champ as well. If I could do a lap in sandals, I would absolutely do it. Good to see him back on the bike anyway. So that is your World and European finalists parades. All our World and European Championship finalists did a fabulous job. We're going to go semi-final racing in approximately 5 minutes.
You set my soul on fire. Baby, you set my soul on. You set my soul on fire. Baby, you set my soul on. You set my soul on fire. You set my soul on fire.
Right, I'm hoping we've got riders in the pens for the semi-finals. We need semi-finalists in the pens, please. We need semi-finalists in the pens.
Okay, next up. Cheers, Norm. See ya.
Right, 9 to 12-year-old Cruiser Open, the semi-final up on that gate. Rowlands, King, Livingston, Labras, Bradley, Swales, Brownson and Mason. Right, this is it, semi-finals at the British Champs. If you're going to make a move, you need to make it now. Heading down towards turn number 1, Leo Rowlands into that first turn first. Who's got that final qualifying spot in the main event? The 1.2, battling away. That is Leo Bradley with Jack Swales right there on his back wheel. Back wheel. Bradley and Swales battling for that final position in the British Championship final. But out front and gone is Leo Rowlands into that final corner. The E6 of Max Livingston in there in 2. Bradley's in 4. Labras is in 5. Labras is going to have to make it happen down the straight. It looks like he's going to run out of time and room. Bradley goes through in 4.
5 riders out of the southwest in this one. It looks like a couple of them have hit the deck down the first straight. Who's your race leader? They've got Charlie Cotton on the 2.4. The 2 riders out of the south, they're going through in 2 and 3. That's going to be Swales and Heaver heading into that second turn, and back out they go. Who's the rider inside the top 4? Just one rider out of the southwest at the moment, and it looks like it's the 10.2 of Arlo Steinmetz. Steinmetz is on the bubble at the moment, being chased down by the 2.3 of Thomas Barnard. Barnard got it all to do to chase Steinmetz to the wire. It's going to be Cotton, Heaver, Swales, and Steinmetz taking it through.
Right, 13 and 14-year-old cruisers, we are getting faster. James Cottrell, Robin Mattern, Alonso, 1 and 3 in the minute. That looks like, I think, Ben Millington in there in that 2 spot. Freddie Richardson in 4. Who's on the outside looking in 5 for the Northern Hard Knocks Bike Coaching? It is Freddie Walworth. As they go towards the line, it's going to be Cotty. The 2 East Anglia riders are in. Matt and Alonso as well. Walwork's out in 5.
It got on the inside of semi-final number 4, and it's Newton Hindley that's leading them out, looking to take it through to the final on the 13 and 14-year-old cruisers category. Looks like 2 EA riders are queuing up behind him. Hindley's going 1 and 2 with Zach Childs on the 2.3. That's Bruce Anthony, and their child is in there in 3. Anthony's hanging on to 2. Who's the rider in there in 4? That's the 1.5 of Logan Young. He's being chased down the final straight. It looks like that could be a rider out of the southwest. That's Oliver Arnold putting the pressure on. Didn't quite get close enough.
Right, that looks like Jack Walford trying to get himself in there in 15-16 cruiser. He's in the 5. He's moved his way to 4. Sean Brown is leading it out. Zachary Tears in there as well. Let's have a look who's in the 3 and the 4. 10.5. That belongs to Zachary Tier. He's in there in 3. Vincent Coburn's going to make it in as well. Walford's getting in 4th position.
Cupid was on the inside into turn number 1, and his matchmaker John O'Harady leading out semi-final 6. He's currently going 1 and 2 with Cooper McCrum. Sorry, McCrum's back near in about 3 at the minute, looking for a way around Stanley Palmer as they exit that second corner. So it is Harradine, Palmer, McCrum. That looks like Logan Widdowson on the bubble in there inside the top 4. The front 4 are looking to separate ever so slightly from Eric McSwitch, who's got it all to do in 5. He's not going to get close enough. Widdowson's going to hang on to the final qualifying spot.
17.29 female cruiser all mixed up in this one. There is Annalise Cadman Carpenter chasing down Lily Chiziwa into that turn. Also got Molly Nice in there for DC Cycles, I think, in there in 3 and the rider in 4. Oh, we've lost 2 coming out of the corner. Tanya Mattern Alonso in there in 4. Izzy Hurry in 5. Hurry's on the back wheel of Alonso as they go towards the line. Who's going to get it at the stripe? Anya Mattern Alonso hangs on.
Yeah, check it out, the 2.6. Ailey Watson leads this one out. Hannah Drew's in there, but it looks like Trinity Cam pushing on through, trying to qualify through. They're just catching up with these two riders from the previous. Hopefully they're to stay out of the way because it's getting busy down the last straight. Here we go. Cam's in there in 4 at the moment. The rider from the south pushing hard is the 1.5. Amy Willits. Willits has got it. Is it going to be Cam? Is it going to be Willits? Down the last straightaway, I think Cam's going to hang on for 4.
Right, strap yourselves in and hold on to your hats. It's the 17 to 29-year-old cruisers. Paul Millard, Cage Doran, Luke Davis Hayes is in there. Where is he? He's back there in about 4 or 5 at the minute and pushing hard. He's in 5. He's got to catch Doran in 4. Who's out in front? The 2.3 and the 4.3. Thomas Millard and Joshua. Oh! Davis Hayes went for a move. Couldn't make it stick. Doran's in 4.
Oh, it's getting busy in the first turn here. Brooks is leading this one out. Roy just tucking in behind, but who's that rider from the south? In there, it's going to be Arne Esselman. Esselman on the 2 spot. Brooks, Esselman, 1 and 2. Who's there in 3? Going to be Charlie Roy. Is it coming on through in 4? No, it's Charlie Roy. It's Putland. I beg your pardon. It's Owen Putland in there in 3. Is that Rocky O'Brien in 5? I think it is. He's going to go out in 5. Wowzers.
Forty to 44-year-old cruisers now heading down the hill. Chris Evans on the inside. Dylan Dixon's working his way through as well. That looks like Groves in there in 3. Who's got the 4? The 2.3. Battling with the 6.3. It's Lewis Allison and Rob Harris. The 2 East Anglia guys are going at it, trying to work their way through into that main event. But Chris Evans from the north out there in front took the national title. He wants the British one to go with it. Dixon Groves, the 2.3, that belongs to Rob Harris. Goes a little high in the turn. Has Allison got anything for him down the straight? Allison's coming up on the back of Harris as they get to the line.
Oh, check this out. We got 4 South riders inside that top 4. Coming on through Rojas, Burno, Smythe and Odlin. There's your top 4 all from the south. The 1 rider from the north trying to push his way through is Lewis Darley. These are your 40 to 44 cruisers. It's Rojas leading this one out from Burno. The 3.5 of Tom Odlin in there. And looks like the rider from the north could be with a shout of coming across the line. It's getting close. Oh, it's a photo finish between the rider there from the north, Darley.
45 to 49-year-old cruiser semi-finals are ago. Matt Barnard leads it out. European champion aboard the big wheels. He's going in and out of turn number 2. That looks like Norbert Marco in there behind him, along with Adam Boudet inside the top 3. 2 Southerners picking it up at the moment. Who's the rider in 4? That's the 5-4. Anthony Lebras looking like he's going to round out the top 4 spots. Barnard, Marco, Boudet, Lebras, 1, 2, 3 and 4.
Wow, look at these 2 guys go. That's Fraser Watson, Zoltan Boudet. Boudet must have been taking it easy in the qualification rounds because now he is super quick. Look at these guys go. The world number 6, Fraser Watson, leads this one out from Boudet. In there in 3, the Southwest rider. Is it Sim Johnston? I think it is Sim Johnston, but it's all to play for. The 1.1 versus Merrin is that. And the 1.1 of Too Good. Too Good's going to hang on for 4. He's too good.
50 to 54-year-old cruisers are going to turn number 1. Your world number 7 leads it out from the European number 4. That is Hilly. And O'Brien leading out the pack. Looks like we've got Steve Hassel inside the top 3. He's being chased down by Gaz Carver. Doing it for the north. Where is Jules Allen? He's in there at the moment in the about 5. Chasing Carver down. Looking to close the gap. Can he get close enough as he bring it into the final turn? I don't think he can. Carver looking to separate himself out then from Allen. Back there in 5. Hilly, O'Brien, Hassel, Carver, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Check out the Scottish contingent in this one. There's 3 of them. Scotland, make some noise for your riders. Archibald and Campbell, 1, 2. And looks like Little, it could be in there. No, Little's at the back. What's happened to him? He must have had a shocker of a gate. But look at the Scottish contingent. Archibald, Ian, Brett Archibald. Then we got the rider from East Anglia on the 1.3. It's Paul Barnard. But Campbell's going to make it a top 3 for Scotland. Scotland are going through in the top 3 positions.
8-year-old boys hit the track for their semi-finals. It's Teddy
leading them out, doing it for East Anglia. He's got a rider out of East Anglia in there inside the top three. That's going to be Logan Aceto, who's the rider splitting up the EA party. That looks like Rapid Roman Birdfield. Birdfield's getting involved, looking for a way round Gorman as he bring it through the third straight, looking to go right round the outside and do it the hard way. Gorman, Birdfield, Aceto, 2.4's in there in four. That's Connor Grant doing it for the North, heading down the final straight. Who's going to pick up the win? It is going to be Gorman, Birdfield, Aceto, 1, 2, 3, Grant in four.
All right, Archie Fisher looked good out in this one. Looks like Claydon in there as well from Pleasantsford in the 2 slot, pushing on through now. The Southwest rider come on through there. Which one is that? It's going to be Joseph Claydon. Maybe there's 2 Southwest riders, so it's going to be Albie Blight, the other one coming on through in 4. So Blight in 4, I believe it is the 4 point. No, it's the 4.2 of Crossley. Crossley is your man in 4, and he's looking good to hang on to that at the moment. The other South rider, oh, I don't know, Crossley's pulling the manuals. He's slowing him down. Here comes South and North trying to chase it down. Crossley may just hang on to it.
Semi-final number 19 is on track. The 9-year-old Boys Oracle, your British champ from last year. That's going to be Henry Sullivan. Big Hens leads this one out. He's going 1 and 2 with Jake Davis on the 12.3 plate. So the Southwest and East Anglia are at the front and the back at the moment. Looks like we have got a rider out of the Midlands. Alfie Thorne rounding out the top 3. Who's in there for 4? The 5.5 of Oscar Marco looking to separate himself out. One rider hits the deck. That was Dominic's. Oh! Marco's hit the deck. Big Hens is down and out. Oh my word! Callum Wood looks like Elliot Hatch, takes it through. I've no idea who was in the top 4.
As we go to semi-final 29, Ethan the Great White and Tech for Ebony going 1 and 2 at the moment. The 1.5 that belongs to Sturman's in there in 3, and it's Noah Northcott who's in that 4th spot. Northcott in there in 4, but 5 and 6 are all over the back of him coming down the straight. Northcott's looking like he's going to give it up at the line. Oh, he left the door open and it's cost him.
Put your hands together for Oscar Marco, ladies and gents. He's walking away. Big Hens is back up to his feet. Put your hands together. Ten-year-old semi-finals hit the track. We are a go, ladies and gents. 2 riders out of the Midlands on the inside. Who's going to hold shot into the turn? Dowsing leads it out. Kacharik, he's getting the squeeze put on him. He's back there at about 5 at the moment, so it is going to be Dowsing leading this one out. He's going 1 and 2 with Thomas Giles as he heading towards turn number 2. That looks like Arthur Donaldson out of the Southwest. He's in there inside the top 3. Who's the other Northerner inside the top 4? Bringing it on round. Looks like that could be the 1.4 of Tobias Groves. So the top 4 are safe and clear as it stands. Bouncing, Giles, looks like Groves is going to put the pressure on Donaldson down the final straight, but all 4 are safe and clear.
Right, 10-year-old semi-final number 2, Ethan Shaw's leading it out. We've got a 14.2 in there. That belongs to Jack Belton, and Jack Haynes is getting involved as well. But Haynes is under pressure from Aidan Baptiste as they go into turn number 2. Shaw's still leading it out. He's looking good right now for the Midlands. Belton in that 3rd spot, and it is the 31.1. That is Jack Haynes. Looks like he might have done enough, but Joseph Jewis has got other ideas. Jewis is chasing him to the line. Belton's about to get swallowed up by the pair of them. Let the transponders of truth sort that one out.
Connor Hemhill wants to renew that 0-1 on the front of his bike as he brings it into turn number 2, leading out the first of the 11-year-old semi-finals. Where is Hugo Dayton? He's in there in 5 at the minute, got a bucket load of work to do. The European number 8 is Ronnie the Landshark Wood. He's in a qualifying spot in there in 2. Parliament's in there for 3. McAvoy just at the elbow in the final turn. He's shuffled from 5 to 4 and from 4 to 5. Dayton looking like he's going to hang on to that final qualifying spot. McAvoy out in 5.
Right, semi-final 24. These are the 11-year-olds. second of these. Let's have a look. Preston, Newmarsh, Powell, Corey, Watson, Steinmetz. Tuwaldi's involved in this one as well. Watson's in there in two. Who's got that fourth spot? Tuwaldi's in here at the moment. 28.1. Preston, Newmarsh, Kapow out in front. Tuwaldi's going to get the 4. He's going through.
Yeah, check it out, Mel, 12 years old, semi-finals on track. You got your world number 6 leading this one out. James, Bibby, Galatis, Payne, Devine and Hughes all inside that top 5, battling out here as they come down the third straight. It's looking good at the moment for Bibby, and they come through. The 2 South Riders looking safe at the moment. That's the 2.5 and the 1.5 of Alex Galatis and Ronnie Payne, who's there in 4. It's going to be the rider from Manchester, Jack Devine. He's going to be safely through to the final.
Right, Leo Rowlands picks up the whole shot in semi-final number 2 for the 12-year-olds. The Emil Challenger got tied up coming out of the turn, and he's slowed him up. He's given up the position to the rider out of the Midlands. That's going to be Zach Everly. Everly's in there in 4, Challenger in 5, so Emil's got it all to do as they come down the straight and into the final turn. Rowlands is still looking good, being pursued by the 0-1 and the 20. Challenger's trying to make his move now. He's going to run out of time and room. Everly's going to take it. Emil Challenger out in 5th.
Yeah, check it out. Semi-final number 27. Holly Bishop jumps away into the lead. Then she's getting a few South Riders chucking in behind her there. It's Holly Webb and Henderson and Denton from Brixton. Graham from Brixton also in there. It's all to play for here. It's only Holly Bishop out on her own at the moment. The second place rider from Andover. I think it could be the 8.5 of Holly Webb and the 1.5 of River Henderson. Who's got the 4? It's the 3.5 Arabella Denton. Denton, is she going to hang on? Here comes the rider from the north on the outside, and Denton hangs on for 4.
Right, the north are going 1 and 2. It's Eliza Powell and Florence Dyson out front and in control. Rosie Geddes is in there in 3, and that looks like Emma Dean out of East Anglia, who's in there in 4 at the moment, holding on to that final qualifying position. She's got company because Erin Cheeks trying to get involved and work her way through. But out front, Powell and Dyson are looking good. Geddes is in there as well. It's between Emma Dean and the 4.5 of Erin Cheek for that final qualifying position. Dean's hanging on to it. Cheek's getting ever closer. Oh, Dean, I think, got it to the line.
Yeah, Brooke Fawcett leading this one out. Freya Harry's in there with Elsie Blight. We're looking for the 4th place rider at the moment coming on through. Could it be the rider from the southwest? No, that's Elsie Blight in the 4. So who's that in 3? That's Sarah Pritchard, but she's being chased now. The southwest rider by the 2.5 of Keller. Keller versus Blight. Keller versus Blight. Blight's going to hang on. She's pushing through for 3 in the end. The unlucky rider was the rider from the
Irish
south.
rider Elizabeth Lawler-Poole in semi-final number 30. They are 1 and 2 at the moment. That looks like Grace Gerard from the north, and the Hard Knocks bike coaching massive. She's in there in that 3rd spot. Who's got the final qualifying position in 4? 1.5 is Millie Ross. Millie Ross under pressure from Mara McCarran as they come down the straight. Gerard's in the 3. Ross is in the 4. Heiner gets it on the line.
Oh, wow, there's a big crash from the male 6 and unders on track. One of the riders from the southwest. That was a big one, but he's picked himself up. Give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as Jack Byrne and Estevez, Barron May, Gray, Garnett, Dowsing, and I think it could have been the rider on the outside there, Parker Gray, that went down on the first straight. But let's check them out as they enter that 3rd straightaway. It's southwest leading this one out. It's going to be Jack Byrne on the 11.2. Here we go from the north. Luke Barron's in there. The 7.2 of Peter, our biggest rider, Parker Gray, and then it's a rider from the north, Armando Crudo Estevez from Bruntwood. He's going to be in the final. He's taken the final ticket into the main British Championship final. Who's going to be the British champion? What's that number there, guys? Show me that number plate. He can't hear me, can he? I think it was the rider from Braintree. Was it Sydney Schrader? I thought it was a southwest rider. I think it's a rider from Braintree. Parents pick up Nothing better. I mean, he's only 6'6" and under, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody put your hands together for the one rider there from East Anglia. I think it was Sydney Schrader.
Second rack of the 6 and under semi-finals are a go. Look at the Southwest riders heading towards turn number 1. 2.2, Albie Howe. He's going to hold shot into the turn. The 2.3's right there with him. That is Teddy Fountain out of Ipswich BMX. The 2 riders out of the Southwest are queuing up behind Fountain. That is Jensen Dyke and Freddie Mitchell-Moore. That's your front four as it stands then. It looks like the rider out of the Southwest has been out of East Anglia, has just been shuffled back a place. So it's all about the 2.2. Albie Howe running away with this semi-final at the moment. The 1.2 of Jensen Dyke right there behind him. Mitchell Moore's in the final qualifying spot, but he's under pressure from the 5.4. That is Finley Thompson. Thompson's looking to chase down the top 4 spot. He's not quite going to get close enough.
Yeah, checking out the 01, Oliver Bryder, the British champion from last year. He's looking to defend, and he's out in front in this one. He's out in front with the rider from Gosport, Jasper Eels. Eels in there in 2. The North rider of Tomlinson in there in 3 at the moment. Who's aiming for us? Another North rider. It's the rider from Mid-Lancs, I reckon, because Richie's is giving it the big one on the side of the track. It's got to be Henry Dodd. Dodd is looking good, but he's got a guy on his backside. It's Bromilo and Dodd, but Dodd looks good for it. He's going to hang on for the 4 as Bridle takes the win.
Semi-final number 34 hits the track. The South are out front at the moment. They're going 1 and 2 as they bring it towards that second turn. It looks like one of them could be Arthur Kinch out of the Gosport National Race Team. Who's in there with him? John Joe Blundell looks like he's getting involved in the action. In there at about 5 at the moment. Shelby Yates is in there in 4. He's battling it out with Roberts Catskins. Catskins just been shuffled back a spot. So it is your race leader, the 2.5. Kinch, the 4.5 of Eddie Brown's in there. Catskins under pressure. Here comes Blundell, push it to the line. Catskins, Blundell. Who's going to get the final qualifying spot? I have no idea. The transponders of Terror will tell us.
Yeah, check it out. East Anglia out in front. Phoebe Miller, the British champion from last year, looking good at the moment with Autumn Moore from Exeter in the 2 spot, in the 3 spot as it is on the sheet. B. Smith, I think, from Peterborough, and Megan Keller from Gosport. Inside the top 4, I think that's the way it is on the sheet. But here comes the 2.5 of Tessa Johnson. Johnson versus Keller down the last straightaway. Who's it going to be as Miller takes another win here today with Moore, Smith and Keller it was going through.
Ella Grant spent more time in the air than she did with 2 wheels on the floor down that first straight, and it is showing as she's charging away from the rest of the pack. Grant, Dyson, that's your 1 and 2 at the moment. Who's picking up 3? Looks like Lawrence Snell. So the Southwest are going 1 and 3 at the moment. The North is splitting them up right in the middle. That is Dyson, the 5.3 on the bubble. That's got to be Layla Dixon out of Peterborough, looking to round out the top 4 spots. In semi-final number 36 is going to be East Anglia inside the top 4. Yeah, let's have a look who we've got. Betsy Wills, Trixie Trays, Ellie Beats in this one. And it looks like Trixie out in front at the moment. Ellie Beat, where is she? In 5, I think, at the moment. As they go into the turn, who's got the 4? The 3.5, that belongs to Rachel Pritchard. Pritchard under pressure from Ellie Beat down the final straight. It's the Hawks versus Manchester to the line. Pritchard looking like she's going to hang on. Pritchard gets 4. Final semi-final for day number 1 here at the 2025 British BMX Championships is on track. Where is Maisie Egan? She's up a minute on the 0-1. She wants to retain that plate for next year. So it is your current British champion for the number 4. That is Grace Hudak, who's the 1.5 spray a month from round out the top 3. The 1.6, Aria Rose Lee. She's going to get that final qualifying spot. Maisie Egan's out front for the North.
Right, 5 p.m. for your finals, people. 5 p.m. Bang on the button. We are going racing at 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock for your finals.
Hi, welcome to the Inside Line. We're treating you this weekend. We're doing it twice, aren't we, Rich?
We are.
So yeah, today and tomorrow, because we've got 2 days of racing. So we'll keep it brief because the finals are literally 5 minutes away, and there's no B finals at the Brits Championship. Nope. So some incredible racing. We've got the cruisers, the older riders, and then the younger ones on 20-inch today. First word, we predicted it, 17.29, looking awesome.
Oh, 17.29. I mean, I watched Luke Davis-Hayes throw it in that final corner to try and make a move. He ended up on the floor, and you could sense the disappointment in him. It was visceral. He was absolutely gutted. But, you know, that 17.29 final later on, when you've got, like, Alex Brooks in there and everybody else on Esselmont, it's going to be mental.
It is. It's been all like that all year, actually, and really good moves. Very high level of skill. Speaking of which, that age group and a couple of others, the first straight here is really challenging. Yeah. It's 3 really difficult jumps. The first one's a bit of a sender for the small ones. You got the double manual in the middle for the medium-sized riders, I guess, and then a jump to tap manual into the first corner. It's levels of skills that I think we haven't seen before. This year, the level of all the riders.
Yeah, but what I like about it is the younger age groups are having a go. I mean, the 7-year-olds are sending it over those doubles, on the first straight, and everybody's trying different lines, and people are kind of just raising their skill level in the context of the race. So they're going, I need to do this now, and they're just going, right, let's have it, ding, 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 done. And it's great, it's fab.
Love it. We can only dream of that level, can't we? Male 9s quarterfinals. I think it was Antek Porebny, pardon me. won the quarter, looking really good. But behind him was every region colour in that quarter final, and some of that, one of the quarterfinals, it was all South riders in one quarter, wasn't it?
It was, and like you said, there's been a really nice mix-up as well. And I've been watching riders like Henry Dodd in the really younger age groups, who's just made his first British Championship final, pulled out an absolutely sparkling lap and held onto it to the line. So it's giving these younger riders, because they're being pushed at this level now, it's giving them confidence that's going to carry through to the Nationals next year as well. If you can do it here at this level at the British Championships, the Nationals are going to feel not easy in comparison, but it's not going to be as daunting.
Yeah, for sure. The music's ramping, so I'm conscious that we're keeping you from your commentary, but we had Tobias Groves, a lovely, great little rider, really good move in corner one in the semi, and the second semi in that age group was really good. And then the 11, just want to mention them, semi-final, I think it was Edward Corderay and Maury Watson, really close riding, which is something that I know the development centres and RSR programs have been really concentrating on, is that close riding in corners. It's a real thing in Europe, and it's great to see the younger age groups doing it.
It is very much so. And even if you're not doing it at that kind of development centre level, you can spend a bit of time just watching people like Drew Polk on YouTube and pick up so many tips on cornering, and you can kind of bring that into your racing, and it gives you a skill set that you didn't know that you had. But certainly if you go into these development centre sessions, you're going to learn so much, and this is the ideal stage to kind of bring that learning to the fore and actually develop it in race situations.
For sure. All right, well, we covered a lot of ground there. As I say, bonus this weekend, you get another Inside Line tomorrow with Rich, so thank you very much, Rich. And next up is, it's the finals. It's the A finals at the Brits, so day one.
Just short on a few riders. So if you are in these British Championship finals, get yourself to the pen area, please, so we can get these finals underway. Thank you very much. Southwest for the 9 to 12 cruisers, Leo Bradley. From the south, Ocean King. Southwest, Arlo Stemets. From the south, Max.
Well, that went well, didn't it? Got halfway there. Call it quits.
Come on, Doc.
Hold the start. Can we do all those again? Because there was some cracking racing there, but you wouldn't wait, would you? Unbelievable. Hello? No. Oh.
Must be me. Somebody else take over. I'm obviously unlucky, but we could have just waited a little bit, you know. It's not as if it's 8 o'clock at night, is it? I know we've got a presentation to do, but who thinks we should have waited? Who should we blame? Rhea Goodman, that's who I'm blaming. No, I'm joking. It's not her fault. All right, don't forget, the presentation will be straight after the final. And that includes the National Series presentation for these age groups. Yes, it's race final 22. I'm going to do this one and then I'm not going to do any more. I promise. All right, race 22. Line up on the gate. The male 11-year-olds. Hugo Dighton, Lucas Wild, Keelan Gordon, Edward Cordery, Moray Watson, Ronnie Wood, Preston Numas Powell, and Connor Hemphill from the north. I can do that. All right, the gate goes down on the male 11-year-old. The British champion from last year is on the inside and he's defending his title and he's taken over the lead. That's Connor Hemphill. Hemphill from GT Factory, the 28.81. Preston Numas Power is closely following behind, but it's Connor Hemphill on the front of the pack doing it for GT and the North. Connor Hemphill wants 2 British Championship titles back to back. Here we go. Hemphill's got a clear lead now. He's looking good in the final corner. Newton Powell in there in 2, the Scottish guy. It's Watson in there in 3, I think, coming on through. Here comes the Minos rider, but your British champion for the 2nd year in a row, Connor Hemphill from the north.
The 11-year-old girls' final lining up onto the start for their final. Out of Scotland, Aria Rosalie. Out of the south, Rachel Pritchard. Out of the southwest, Trixie Trays. For the south, Freya Montfort. Out of the north, Amelia Rowe. Out of East Anglia, Grace Hudak. Out of the south, Betty Wills. And doing it for the north, last year's British champ, Maisie Egan. Final number 23, here's the track, the 11-year-old girls are a go. Who's going to pick up the 0-1 plate? Looks like we have got the W4. Lino riders down, 3 have hit the deck. It's going to be the W4 of Betty Wills is leading it out. Bringing it towards the second turn, the south. Leading it at the moment, East Anglia's Grace Hudak in there behind her. On the E4 plates of the W and E4 are leading it out at the moment. That's got to be Trixie Trace in there for 3. Who's picking up the 4? Looks like that could be last year's British champ. That's Maisie Egan. Looks like we could have a new British champ if things stay how they are. It's going to be Betty Wills, your world number 4. Gonna add a 0-1 to it. Wills, Hudak, Trays, 1, 2, 3.
Right, next up we got a 12-year-old boys lining up on that gate. Zach Everly, Jack Devine, Archie, Crocker White, Joe Rook, Adrian Galitis, Leo Rowlands, Ronnie Payne and James Bibby.
Twelve-year-old final here in the British Championships is go. Who's going to be the first to rise? Bibby Manuels, Rowlands jumps. That's the separator at the moment. Rowlands tried to dive underneath, couldn't quite make it stick. The North are 1 and 2 at the moment. Galitis is in there for the South. Joe Rugg doing it for the Southwest in there in about 4 at the moment. It's all about the North. Bibby and Rowlands in the 12-year-olds heading down towards the final corner. Rowlands isn't done yet. He's going to chase Bibby right to the line. Who's going to hold it? Rowlands is getting closer. Bibby may have done enough. Bibby takes it to the line. Bibby and Rowlands 1 and 2. I think Joe Rugg picks up the 3.
All right. It's my turn again. Let's hope I don't jinx it. Last final of today. Presentation will be straight after this final. Thanks very much, everyone, for bearing with us today. Give yourselves all a big round of applause before we hit this last final. Ladies and gentlemen, you've been great. Put your hands together. Come on. All right, female, 12 years old, line up on the gate. From the south, Millie Ross. From the north, Grace Gerard. From the Midlands, Sarah Pritchard. From the southwest, Elsie Blight. From East Anglia, it's Freya Harries. From the north, Elizabeth Lola Paul. From the south, Iris Hyder. And from the north, it's Brooke Fast Fawcett. Female 12-year-old final. Good luck, ladies.
Jordan.
All right, last of the finals. These are the 12-year-old girls heading down the hill. Who's going to be the first to the turn? Brooke Fawcett's involved, but it looks like Iris Hyder is picking up the whole shot. Hyder in one, Fawcett in two. Look at the battle for the three at the moment. Freya Harris and Elizabeth Lola Poole absolutely going at it out of turn number one, but it's still Hyder for the south. Brooke Fast Fawcett is right there. She's looking for a move in the final corner. It's the south versus the north. Drag race down the final straight. Hyder looking like she's going to hold it on. Brooks giving it everything she's got all the way to the line. Hyder, Fawcett, 1 and 2. I've got a feeling Elizabeth Lola Poole picks up the 3, but we'll leave it to the transponders of truth. Make your way over to the main stage, people. We are going to go with the presentations as soon as humanly possible, because we've got a schedule to stick to.
Yeah, we didn't announce it.
Okay, apologies everyone. I think we lost commentary for a short while there. Well, during most of the finals, to be fair. So yeah, there was an issue locally with power supply. So just so you know, yeah, wow, amazing finals. Hopefully you enjoyed the racing. Nevertheless, we put the mics open on the cameras, so hopefully you got a bit of ambient noise and some of the atmosphere here, which is fantastic. So. Anyway, more tomorrow. Really looking forward to racing 13 plus tomorrow on track after a great day's racing here in really good conditions. See you tomorrow.